The Association on American Indian Affairs is the oldest national Native nonprofit, protecting sovereignty, preserving culture, educating youth, and building capacity. For more than a century, we've worked to shift federal policy from assimilation and termination to sovereignty and self-determination. Our mission is to lead the grassroots fight to protect Native cultural sovereignty through our core initiatives: cultural sovereignty, next generations, and become an ally. We empower Native peoples to reclaim and protect what defines us, our stories, our lands, and our rights, while fostering understanding, healing, and true allyship. Together, we're building a more equitable and accountable world for all.
Halito Akana. Hello, everybody. My name is Jennifer Robin, and welcome to our 103rd, am I correct here? Member drive, and really just a celebration of indigeneity and resilience and community and just helping one another. So I am so honored and thrilled to be here today. And I'm going to introduce Cece, the woman responsible for bringing me into the fold and just feeling supported and loved through all this. So welcome, Cece.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'm excited to make my co-hosting podcast debut. As you said, my name is Cece Hovey, and I'm a citizen of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. And for the past 3.5 years, I have served as the Communications and Public Affairs Director for the Association on American Indian Affairs. We're gathered here today for our 103rd annual membership meeting and fundraiser for the association. And today, through this event, we are trying to raise $10,000 to continue our efforts to protect Native cultural sovereignty. The association, as you heard before, is the oldest national Native nonprofit protecting sovereignty, preserving culture, educating youth, and building capacity. Our bylaws state that each year we host an annual membership meeting before the end of the year to allow members to participate in the governance of our organization. So today at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will be having our official vote for board members. And I'm going to pass it back to you, Jennifer, to get us started. Thank you.
Well, I am very excited to have an opening prayer with Makalika Nahalova, and we have a Native Hawaiian in the house and a Maori. And so we are just taking it off of this North American continent here and just celebrating indigeneity around the world. So thank you so much for being here.
Aloha kako. Thank you for having me. My name is Makalika Nahulova. I'm a Native Hawaiian person. I'm a lawyer and I'm a board member, or I'm actually on the slate to be elected later today. So I'm super honored to be here with the association and asked to do the opening pule or prayer. I just want to start by saying that prayer is important. For some of us, it's complicated. Some of us wish we were taught traditional prayer and we weren't. Some of us had foreign religion forced on us and it was used to hurt us in some instances, but it's all we know. So prayer can be complicated, but prayer is important. We all come from peoples who understand the importance of the spirit and the heart to our wellness and to our being in a good way in ourselves and in the way that we interact in the world. So we have to pray. It's very important for Native peoples that we maintain this tradition and that we do it together and that we do it sincerely in the way that we know how. So this is my prayer for you and all of us today. So pule kako. Kia kua, mahalo, mahalo, mahalo. We begin by grounding ourselves in gratitude for the Aina and for the Kapuna who kept our ways alive despite hardship and change. Their resilience made this moment of us together possible. As we gather, may we carry their example into our discussions, decisions, and our commitments. The land is chief and we are its servants. And I know that that is so embedded in the work of this association. May this truth remind us of our kuleana to care for each other and the places that sustain us. Let our time together be thoughtful, respectful, and forward-looking. And may the work we do today strengthen our lahui, our nations, and support the generations to come. Amen.
Wow, thank you so much. That was so beautiful. I always love listening to the Hawaiian language. There's just something so lyrical and beautiful about it. So thank you so much for that prayer. And it's very you said, something that made it feel like an open space for everyone. We're welcoming everyone today to learn more. So thank you so much.
Aloha.
Okay. So throughout the program today, we're going to be introducing you to our leadership, our staff, and our programs. We're going to have some special guests. I'm very excited. Some merch discounts and some prizes too. So we're trying to, get people to join the association today as well. The association is a membership organization. Our memberships are just $25 a year or $500 for a lifetime. And you can visit our website to join. Members receive our annual journal, which has been published since the 1930s.
Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah, we're working right now on putting together a really amazing issue for this December. So we usually publish in the summer and in December. And so we're in addition to this event, we're also putting together a really great journal. And those journals come with like the native country updates, educational articles, information about our programs that we have going on. For example, like our scholarship program or our summer camp grant program and special events like this one. We'll have some information in there about our Tribal Museums Day that's coming up, our annual repatriation conference. I know I'm saying a lot of things, but we'll get to them. We'll break it down. We've got a couple hours. We'll break all that stuff down. But members get these special benefits. They also receive our monthly e-newsletter with our current news, our Red Hoop Talk guest announcements, and all sorts of good stuff. So again, it's just $25 a year for members to join or $500 for a lifetime. And we really would love to see 100 new people join today. And if you join today, this is the fun part that I'm excited about. If you join today, you'll get a 5 sticker pack, and I have 3 stickers to show you, and 2 of them are going to be a mystery. But our first sticker that we have it will be in the pack if you join today. Oops, let's see. There we go. It's this great sticker. We are still here. This is very popular everywhere we go. I love to see this on people's water bottles and things like that. And we also have this one, which is kind of in alignment with our beautiful opening prayer. This is be the medicine you want to see in the world. And I think that is a great theme for this event today too. So we all want to be the medicine that we want to see in the world. And isn't that great? The blueberries and the sage. And then we have this one's super duper popular, especially with the younger generations. This is our holographic, which I don't know if it's going to show up that great, but it's a holographic sticker, and it says everything back, and goes down the list here of ancestors back, ceremony back, children back, culture back, land back, language, sacred items, sovereignty. It's we're not stopping at land back. We want everything back. So this is another great sticker we love to see out in the universe. So moving along, it's a 5 sticker pack. So you get these 3, plus you get 2 more mystery stickers. And I would love to, talk more about membership, but we'll get to that. I'm going to introduce our next guest. Frank Edwagishik is a citizen of the Little Traverse Bay Bands of Odawa Indians in Michigan. And he's the association's president and as the executive director of the United Tribes of Michigan. Welcome, Frank.
Welcome.
Thank you for the introduction and the opportunity here to be part of this great event. I think about over the years I've been involved with a lot of organizations and done a lot of different things, but far and away, this organization, being over 100 years old, is the longest lived organization that I've been part of, and this has been the history of this organization is outstanding for the different things that have happened. But I think about, when we think about our past, we also were thinking about the teachings, the 7-generation teachings, the idea that we're to think of the consequences of our actions through a time period long enough to encompass 7 generations. And that time period for many people is beyond when they'll know Anybody will remember names and things of this sort, but it's within native cultures that long time period is different than like a 5 or a 10-year plan. The long range plans of many governments are 5 and 10 years. Mm-hmm. And so when we think about this, we're thinking about that long term into the future. But we also realize, as we think of that future, we also realize that every single one of us, everybody who's part of this broadcast today, everybody who's within earshot or will be watching this at any time, every one of us is someone's 7th generation. And, and somewhere in the past, within those generations, people did things. They chose where to move. They chose professions. They chose different education. They chose how to teach traditional values and how to keep culture alive and ceremony. They chose all these different things that have been passed on down to us. And so all those different things that were done help us be who we are today. And I think in particular example, in my case, as a recovering tribal chairman, I was chairman for 14 years here at my tribe, during a period of time when we got a bill passed in the U.S. Congress that reaffirmed our federal status. I have that in that opportunity, I had to give testimony for that bill. And one of the things I used was there was a woman back right after the Civil War who lived in our community, was one of the leaders in our community. And,
wow, Frank, I don't mean to interrupt, but I really would love to see you during this story, because I know it's good. Oh, there we go. We have you back.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay. So we were at the Civil War. So.
so well, that's so we get a look into the past here again.
Yeah.
But this, but anyway, that this woman Ogima Gichigokwe, or otherwise known as Margaret Boyd, after the Civil War, we had many of our young men who'd gone off to war from our community here at Little Traverse. And when they left, they had land and houses and things that they left from. And while they were in war, many of these houses were taken for back taxes, or they were declared abandoned property, and somebody else moved in and took them through the courts. And so these young men were returning from war, and their properties and their homes were gone. Margaret Boyd, Ogima Gichigokwe, went to Washington, D.C. And the way she went is she made birch bark boxes with porcupine quill decorations on them. And she made these decorations and made these boxes, which is one of the art forms from our community here. And she took them, a whole bunch of them, with her to sell along the way on the train all the way to Washington, because she was going to see the president. And she had an inn. She was married to a relative of the president at the time. And so she got all the way to Washington, and she knew that if she just told the story there, that everything would be made right. And so she got there. She got in the same room with the president, but was unable to speak to him about this. And she ended up not being successful, and she had to come home. As she came home, she ran out of the artwork that she had. She was destitute. People took care of her and helped her get home, and she got home. And then she was on the train coming back into the area here, and she saw all the people who were waiting for her. They were all expecting this great news, and her heart was heavy with the fact that she had failed. She'd been unsuccessful at securing the homes for these warriors, these veterans. And so, but what she did is she wrote a letter. She wrote a letter to the Department of Interior. She wrote a letter about her feelings, describing her trip, the feelings, and telling them how bad she felt that she had to deliver this bad message to the folks here. So she felt, and she went to her grave thinking that she had failed.
Oh.
Now, many decades later, as I'm testifying for the legislation that became the reaffirmation bill for Little Traverse for my tribe, one of the things I used was her letter as part of my evidence and testimony before the U.S. Congress. And building on that and other things that other people had done in those previous generations, sending them forward, those things that they had done actually helped us get this bill passed. So in the end, she was successful, but it was decades later. And so when we think about what we're doing in our lives right now, we don't know which things we're doing that are going to be those that inspire coming generations, or that are going to pave the way for future legal fights, or any of the things that go on, or just to make sure that our language has continued to be spoken. All of these are things that we can take action on and do. So when we think about the association being 100 years old, over 100 years, and the idea that, we're looking for another 100 years now, we don't know what things that we're doing today are going to be the most important, but it means we need to take action, severe, direct actions of our own. And we need to be calm and peaceful about the way we do these things. But we've got to remember that there will be the generations in the future that are listening to us, that are listening to our words and are studying our actions. They'll be getting inspiration and from the things that we do today. And so that's part of this idea about going to the future. You've heard this theme through other people speaking already on this broadcast, on this meeting, about the idea of how we're impacting our future. And so as the president of the board here, these are some of the thoughts that I have and some of the things that have become really important. So I just wanted to going to close with that. Welcome everybody to this meeting, and I'm going to turn this back over to I believe it goes back to Cece right now. I'm not certain.
Yeah. Thanks,
Cece,
Frank.
thank you so much for the opportunity and the introduction. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've heard you tell that story many times over the years, and I still get really emotional listening to it, because it's just, she felt so disappointed and dejected, and she didn't realize she was setting the path for the future, the decades down the road. And I think for allies and advocates and, people that are in it with us, it's important to note that, some of these things don't always feel like a victory, but we're doing it for the next generations. And it's kind of a long path. And it doesn't always feel like success in the moment, but we know in our hearts that we're laying that groundwork. But yeah, thank you so much. And it's kind of this whole story has been marinating in my brain for years and years and years. And I think it's an important story for people to hear, because we're in an age now where everything is instant, right? And that's not always the case with the type of work that we do, right? Our things can be taken away from us in an instant, but the path to getting them returned is sometimes very, very long. And so I think that's an important perspective to keep in mind with this work. So thank you so much again, Frank. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate your leadership with the association.
Thank you. And I'm going to sign off for this part right now, and I'll be listening to the meeting and be back on again for the meeting part around 4. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Frank. Bye.
But CC too, it's integrity. It's walking your talk and your mocks. It's showing up to do the work if people understand what you're doing or not, if you understand what you're doing or not, right? And it's this consistency that we pass on to those future generations to keep doing the work.
Yeah, that word integrity holds a lot of weight with me. Personal, you have your personal integrity that means a lot to you. That's your character,
Yep.
And this work is, like we just heard, this work is not instant. It's a long path, sometimes leads to Washington, sometimes, you know, you get home and it's not what you wanted, but you laid that groundwork, and what a successful, amazing story that he was able to tell. So moving on, Jennifer, I think we have somebody that we know we have in common. A good friend of ours is Carly Harvey.
Love her so much.
Wasn't she your voice coach at one
So
time?
yeah, a vocal rehab
Okay.
after an accident, right? So voice coach puts the presumption that I can sing or something. But vocal
Yeah, that's later in the show. We're gonna make you sing.
I got a quail song floating around or something. But the vocal rehab part was the muscles and the noises, and Carly sat with me during panic attacks and just freakouts, and I didn't realize how our voice is so much of our identity. Me not sounding the same, or me not being able to find the right words to land the joke or the insult, right? There's so much that we don't realize. I need to sound like myself. It's so she sat through me with months of that. And now, right now, at this moment, she's in Europe.
Yes.
Touring Europe, and she was on The Voice. So I feel like we have ourselves a little big wig.
Yeah, she's doing great. I love her. She's got great personal style. Just a beautiful person inside and out. And I want to go back to something you said about your, you know, finding your voice again after a while. So was it like speech therapy almost, or was it
I had
different?
5 months of speech therapy. But
Okay.
speech therapy tends to be the cognitive stuff, the word finding, the
Oh,
memory, and speech therapy can also encompass about the neck up. So if there was like a swallowing disorder, but this was, where do I position my body now that I have a foreign object in my neck? Just opening up spaces, moving my jaw weird. You know, we do this weird humming thing just for, you know, an hour once a week. We just made noises together, but we worked on songs and things like that. But anxiety, trauma shuts parts down. You don't realize, yes, there's a mechanical injury, but you also don't realize how much trauma can shut a part of you down.
Right.
You know?
Well, and that's so like important in like finding your voice physically and mentally, right? And then getting past that trauma to use your voice again. And I'm so glad that she helped you do that, because you're the host of our Red Hoop Talk podcast and we love it.
And
You're doing
speaking of
such a great job.
inspirational, like when you guys called for the gig, I wasn't sure if I was going to physically be able to do it, but I, you know, trusted myself, and y'all supported me every step of the way. And we're heading towards episode 100.
Yeah, coming up early next year.
You know, and rolling into year number 2. So there's so much background support and these friendships created that it's not just I'm on a board and we talk business. There really is, everybody I feel is rooting for each other, you know, at the deepest level. And we want all of us to win, not just one of us. We want all of us to win. Yeah,
that's a great message. All right, so let's play Carly's video. I'm going to do a little intro for her for those of you who don't know her. Carly Harvey is an Eastern band, and I can't pronounce this word great.
Sagali.
Thank you. And Tuscarora descendant who combines blues, jazz, soul, and indigenous American styles to produce a completely unique sound. She's the originator of native scat, which is an improvisational fusion of traditional jazz scat with native vocables. It is her belief that blues not only comes from the African American experience, but it's also directly influenced by indigenous American minor pentatonic melodies. Can't believe I said that word correctly, and stomp dance songs. She offers master classes to educate people about the music that gives her so much pride in her Afro-Indigenous heritage. In July 2018, she was featured in Big City Blues magazine as one of the youngest blues artists to watch. She's also a 3-time DC Blues Society Battle of the Bands winner, and was proclaimed Washington, D.C.'s Queen of the Blues in 2016 by Dr. Nick Johnson of WPFW Radio. And in 2021, she was nominated 7 times and won the Whammy Award for Best Blues Artist. She is phenomenal, Please enjoy the video that she very kindly prepared and sent in from Europe for us.
Hi, everybody. I am Carly Harvey. I am from Washington, D.C., and I am a descendant of the Tuscarora and Eastern Band Cherokee people. I am proudly Afro-Indigenous, and in this year's theme, Becoming Allies and Stories that Inspire Action, some form of advocacy that I do is I teach lectures on the origin of blues and the Native American intersection at that origin. My lecture discusses how, there were 5 tribes that owned slaves, and of course those families intermixed. So there were free Black people eventually because those tribes freed slaves and intermixed with families. And then you had free Black people with proximity to Native American music, culture, ceremony, and this was informing the specific type of scale and mode that many spirituals were sung from. And I think it's important for every Indigenous person to know that we contribute to the root of all American music, contemporary music, because blues is the root of all American contemporary music. So without that blues scale, we don't have jazz, which is the intellectual response to blues. We don't have the electrified response to blues, which is rock and roll. We don't have the more rhythmic response to blues, such as soul. And which eventually became R&B. We have all these branches, right? And Native people are right at the intersection of that. And I'm just so proud to teach this course, and it's very fascinating to a lot of people. And so this lecture goes from like what that proximity of the 2 cultures looked like, and even talks about stomp dance songs from the southern Eastern woodlands, such as Cherokee and Choctaw stomp dance songs, and how those rhythms actually contributed to what we now know as the blues shuffle. So I'm just so proud to share my heritages. Both cultures are just so beautiful, and the fusion of them is what created blues. And I think it's important, especially as we can feel forgotten, ignored, like made to be invisible. None of this amazing music would exist without Indigenous influence, especially because Africans were not allowed to make music that sounded African to the colonizer here on Turtle Island. And the southern regions, such as what we call South America now, you hear a lot more polyrhythmic music coming from there because their form of assimilation wasn't as focused on cutting off African music and culture and rhythms in that way. But up here on Turtle Island, it certainly was brutal. And so Indigenous monorhythmic music definitely was something they could pull from. And so a lot of spirituals are based in the minor pentatonic scale. And it's just very fascinating. So the next time I do a lecture, I'll let everybody know, because I can't give it all away right now. I also was a contestant on The Voice this season, and the producers were like, well, you have this like opportunity in the middle of this song, like, and we know you like to scat, so why don't you do your scat that you do? And so I don't want to say I created it, but I will say like I was a vessel. It was conjured through me, this form of infusing native vocables with a jazz scat. And it's very fascinating that both jazz syllables and vocables don't necessarily carry translatable language, but they do carry energy. And in particular in jazz, you're becoming an instrument, you're having a conversation. And with vocables, they carry so much power. And even if the vocables don't have the translatable meaning, the energy is always felt. So I just started fusing the two of them together, and I wrote a couple of songs, but I really need to be, I guess, energetically moved to native scat. So it's not something I do, on command, but usually when I play a particular song, which is a song I'm going to play for you guys, I feel moved to native scat because it tackles some social justice topics, such as the groups of people that I'm ethnically related to. So it touches on Black Lives Matter and children in cages and indigenous people and our struggle with mascots on games and football teams and baseball teams and things like that. And so I always just feel energy move through me, and I'm always motivated to native scat, and sort of native scat is infused throughout the song. And I'm also just so happy to see a lot of indigenous artists infusing their culture into their music, bringing the touch of the tradition and making it modern. So I've seen that with different blues bands, and I've seen that with a couple of singers. And so I don't feel like I've inspired anything, but more so I'm part of a collective of people bringing their indigenous pride into their music. So that's really awesome. So I'll let you guys know the next time I'm doing a lecture, but also what an honor to native scat on national television. And some people were like, what is she doing? They're like, what is that? And so it got people more engaged, and they were curious to ask questions. And I think curiosity is one of the ways we can help heal the discord. I think a lot of people are ignorant, and they don't know. There's information they don't know. And because we carry trauma and we carry frustration along with that trauma, sometimes if you attack a person or, for not knowing, or they are indignant while being ignorant, people are just on the defense and they're not listening. But if you just ask a question, you might have a conversation. So this song is called Human 2. And this song is an invitation for conversation. It's not accusatory. It just says, this is the experience these people are having, and what would you do if you were in these shoes? Is it that they don't matter? Is it that you don't look like them? It's an invitation to reflect as well. And so I hope you all enjoy. And if you're seeing this, and I'm on tour in France, singing blues and native scatting and educating and advocating for native visibility and for people to know what we contribute to a globally loved genre of music. I mean, I'll be in France, but I've toured Europe before. There's something called the International Blues Challenge, and there are people from Croatia and from Korea and from Spain and from all over the world who love blues. And so I think it's something so beautiful to be proud of, that we have this beautiful contribution. So without further ado, I'm going to play my song, Human 2. What if I said that I can't breathe? In fact, I beg and I plead, while your knee is pushing down on me. Is there more compassion for someone whose skin is unpigmented? be a threat, or maybe you need to look within. Why are you so afraid? Maybe you don't know, it's just deeply ingrained. Oh, hey, oh, would it matter more if we look like you? Black Lives Matter, we are human too. Oh, what if you had to leave your home? Flee with uncertainty, your future unknown, but still you come because you're desperate for a glimpse of hope. What if the borderline was drawn on land that used to be your own? But when you come, people shout, you don't belong. What would you do if it happened to you? The children in cages are human too. Yeah. Oh, 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 exaggerate your features in an ugly way. Turn your culture into a mascot, although they could play. Oh, they wanna play a stupid game. Name the team a racial slur, a word meant to demean and mock a bounty on your head. What if they skinned you alive just because your skin was red? What would you do if it happened to you? Indigenous people are human too. Hey, oh, oh, hey, we can heal from ingrained hate. We can heal if we communicate. We can heal from ingrained hate. We can heal if we communicate. Whoa, and Black Lives Matter, we are human too. Hey, indigenous people are human too. Yeah, children in cages are human too. Whoa, now you know that we are human too. We can heal from ingrained hate. We can heal if we communicate. Thank you so much. I think my time is just about up, but it's been my pleasure. I wish I could be there in person with all of you, but I'm certainly there in spirit. Love and blessings to all of you. Donata.
So, you know how you listen to music and you sing along? Don't bother with her. There's no point, right? Singing along with Carly Harvey is like disrespectful because it just make it worse somehow. But
I feel like my soul was singing along though. Like
no,
there's
I got
something
like
like,
goosebumps, and it's not because
yeah.
of a draft. Another watcher listener said chills.
Yeah, there's just something deep and powerful. And if Carly's out there watching, I just want to say thank you so much. It was amazing. Thank you.
Well, and she is another integrity walk her talk, right? This
Yeah,
isn't front, this isn't a facade. And it is incredible when you get to just sit with somebody who's themselves, and it allows you to be yourself. And there's not a lot of, I do FM radio and KVMR. We met through that, and really realizing how precious these places are, these platforms are, like Red Hoop Talk and the association and community radio, and these little pockets and places we get to be our authentic indigenous selves and celebrate what we're doing.
yeah.
We don't
Her
get
message about healing too was just is really powerful. When we come together, we can heal.
because we can all complain
Yeah.
all the time, right? But if you solution and work towards something bigger, and I like the underlying thing too, that this is a human issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're all connected, right?
So
Yeah.
love you, girl.
Yes, thank you again, Carly. And if you loved that, please consider donating to the association so we can keep bringing you special events and special guests like these. Today, through this event, again, we're trying to raise $10,000 to continue our efforts to protect Native cultural sovereignty. And if you make a donation of $25 or more, we're also going to send you that 5-sticker pack. Remember, these are the 3 that you know you're getting. And then we also have 2 mystery stickers that we're going to stick in there for you. So again, if you make a donation of $25 or more, we'll send you that 5-sticker pack today. And then if you become a member for $25, you can also get that sticker pack today. And so speaking of Red Hoop Talk, Jennifer, and previous guests and things like that, you're going to be doing a Red Hoop Talk next week. So that's Thursday, November 20th, for everybody watching, Thursday, November 20th at 4 p.m. Eastern time, instead of your usual 4th Thursday of the month, since it's going to be Thanksgiving, right? And you're going to be interviewing Sandy Whitehawk in conjunction with National Adoption Month. She's Sicangu Lakota adoptee from the Rosebud Reservation in South Dakota, and she's the founder and director of the First Nations Repatriation Institute. And she's I don't know how she does it, but she also organizes the Truth and Healing Reconciliation community forums that bring together adoptees and fostered not kids anymore, but fostered individuals and their families and professionals with the goals to identify post-adoption issues and to help identify some strategies that will prevent the removal of Indigenous children. So I'm really excited for you to meet her and have a really good conversation with her. I always learn so much from, number one, from you guys and your interaction on Red Hoop Talk, but also I just learn a lot from sitting with Sandy too.
We're not exaggerating. We're not being melodramatic. Children have been stolen. There's hospitals with stories all over where women won't go to give birth. They'll drive 3 hours to somewhere else because there's a habit of, you're not worthy of this child, taking kids into custody, reconnecting with roots, being raised by non-native culture. It is such an important thing to talk about because you're not alone in these feelings. Right.
Yeah.
And there are people that understand, we say that 60s scoop. It has its own term because it happens so much.
Yeah. And Sandy's a great, powerful advocate in that space. But we have another inspirational storyteller that'll be up in just a minute. And she's a special lady from my home state, Michigan. But first, I want to take a minute and introduce all of our amazing, talented, wonderful staff here at the association. So behind the scenes today, we have our leader, CEO, attorney, Shannon O'Loughlin. She's behind the scenes today. She's probably going to pop up at some point. We'll see. We also have Kim Metler. There she is. Hi, Shannon. She's doing such a great job. There's so many, she's juggling a lot, folks, and we really appreciate her leadership, number one, and then her hard work trying to produce this first ever event that we're doing here today. Sometimes I get these harebrained ideas and she's like, let's go for it. And this is one of them. So thank you for your support, Shannon. All right, moving on. We've got Kim Metler. She's our Next Generations Director. And June Lorenzo, she's our Cultural Sovereignty Director. And then me, of course. And then Trista Vaughn is our new Communications Associate. And I'm so grateful that she's come on board. She's, I don't know, maybe a month. She started about a month ago, and she's doing some really great work on our social media. So please go follow us on all the platforms. We're even on TikTok, so follow us there. And then we have our amazing support staff. I really call them the WD-40 because they make things run smoothly behind the scenes. There's Julie Hamilton, Cassie Gilgenbach, Kay Matina, Winter Bear King, Amy Shakespeare, and then of course you, Jennifer, who does our Red Hoop Talk podcast. So
I made the cut. Thank you.
Yeah. We're so appreciative of everyone that keeps the association going. This is the people that clock in every day and do the work of advocacy and education. So again, thank you. So I want to show off our amazing Cultural Sovereignty Program, who I just mentioned. June is the director. So let's roll the clip from our director so she can fill you in on all the wonderful things happening in her program.
Goatsi hopa do yaat e bine. My name is June Lorenzo, and I am the Cultural Sovereignty Director for the association. The Cultural Sovereignty Program includes initiatives that support things that are essential to who we are as Native peoples, including repatriation, both international and domestic, protection of sacred places and ecosystem relationships, federal acknowledgement, and identities. I would like to share with you in these few minutes some of the last year's accomplishments in these areas. In February, the association held its 10th annual repatriation conference on the lands of the Tunica Biloxi Nation in Louisiana. Moving the conference from fall to winter was a strategic shift to enable more participation. As a result, we had more than 300 attendees and provided comprehensive training on the new NAGPRA regulations. So following the momentum of the repatriation conference, the association has been instrumental this year in coordinating repatriations from international institutions as well as private collectors in the United States. We look forward to sharing what we have learned on this process at our upcoming 11th annual repatriation conference in February of 2026. Our Mellon Grant curriculum project, which addresses repatriation and protection of sacred places, continues to progress. We have a team of dedicated experts and educators who are putting the final touches on our NAGPRA training that will be available both online and in regional in-person trainings that will start in 2026. Additional curriculum will be developed in 2026 for sacred places and other repatriation issues. Work on sacred places in the last year has stepped up as well, with new demands for critical minerals and a renewed interest in nuclear energy. Native nations are concerned that more sacred places will be under threat. The association continues to monitor efforts to protect sacred places all over the United States, as well as legislation that could impact protection of sacred places. In particular, the association is watching a case regarding Oak Flats on the traditional lands of the White Mountain Apache Nation. Although the Supreme Court declined to hear the case in June of this year, this case remains active at the Court of Appeals level, and we will continue to lend support when requested. The association has joined grassroots organizations who are speaking out against environmental and health impacts of extractive projects. In October, we joined the Ute Mountain Ute and other Indigenous advocates in a spiritual walk for the protection of their environment, which has been impacted by the country's only active uranium mill in White Mesa, Utah. In November, we will join the Pueblo Action Alliance and other Indigenous organizations at the Laguna Acoma Environmental Justice Summit, which will focus on Native youth education. We are not alone in this work. Our Indigenous relatives around the world are fighting for recognition of their cultural sovereignty as well. To this end, we have begun to participate in UN processes, both to monitor compliance with existing treaties and to participate in negotiations on potentially binding instruments to hold states and transnational corporations accountable for human rights abuses. Finally, I would like to share with you our latest initiative on the federal acknowledgement process. We will soon begin a series of educational sessions that examine the federal acknowledgement process, looking at the current criteria for federal recognition and discussing Indigenous identities in general. This series will provide educational opportunities for Native Nation leadership as well as the public. I want to say that each of these initiatives includes training and technical support to build capacity within Native nations. We believe an essential part of sovereignty is cultural sovereignty and taking care of the gifts that Creator granted us to be who we are as Native peoples. With your support, the association will continue to work to create a world where the diversity of Native cultures and values are lived, protected, and respected. I want to thank each and every one of you for your part in supporting this work. Thank you.
Wow. That's a lot of work that's on June's plate. She's doing a great job. She joined the association earlier this year.
Well, here in California, where we are, only one tribe in the past almost 45 years has gotten federal recognition. So
Wow.
where the station I broadcast of, Nevada City, Nisenan, are not recognized, but they actually had a reservation that was taken back in like the 60s. And here I am in Southern Sierra Miwok territory. Well, they have been, their first petition for acknowledgement was in 1980. So it's a lot. And
Yeah.
again, that work that Frank talked about, you're doing things, even though you may not know now what you've done, you're doing something.
Right. Yeah, and June's doing it, man.
I'm going to let her do it. She's doing it so well. June,
We're supporting her. We're supporting her. We love
cheering her on. Go girl.
Yeah. All right. So we're running a couple minutes behind. I really want to get to this next guest. This is our first live guest, and she's from my beautiful home state of Michigan. And I might butcher some stuff here in the pronunciations, but I'm really going to try. Wasa Benakwe, Pumpkin Shenaniquit, citizen of the Machi Benashiwish or Gunlick Band of Potawatomi, elder and medicine woman from the Three Fires Lodge. She's a matriarch, activist, and artist who took part in the beginnings of the American Indian movement and witnessed the impact of the American Religious Freedom Act of 1978 had on her community. She spent her life learning about the ways of the ancestors and the ways in which the American school system and forced assimilation has continued to create barriers, learning Potawatomi knowledges for the next generation. So I'm so excited to welcome Pumpkin, and I'm gonna dip out, Jennifer, and let you and Pumpkin have a great chat.
Pumpkin, they gave us like 10 minutes, and you are a 4-dimensional, lived 6 lives person based just off of your bio. So where do you want to start with today's, tiny platform, and what do you want to share?
I will share by Buju, Wasabanoko, and Indishnakas, Biju, and Dodem, Anishinaabe, Quain, and Dao, Waboshosa, Bin, and Don Chapa. My name is woman of the Northern Lights. I'm of the Lynx clan of the Lake Superior Ojibwe. My maternal side is Gun Lake Potawatomi. I live near the Rabbit River here in Michigan, and make my spirit known as an Anishinaabe Kwe, a woman of the Three Fires Confederacy. That's a 4-part statement that we make as we address the Creator or as we enter sacred spaces, ceremony, lodges, feasts, gatherings. And that statement roots us like the trees, Mitikak, into this place, into this earth place that we live, what we refer to as Gitaganin, which means the garden, the place of the garden. And it's called that because it's the place of the medicines, the place of creation, the place of our relatives, the place of clan, the place of natural law, natural systems that have been in place since the beginning of time. Our story begins with those things in our perspective, in our worldview. As a young child, bless her heart, my beautiful grandmother, Kisokwe, a member of this community, a member of the early Methodist missions that were brought here to call the spirit, so to speak, the savage spirit. And those people that were part of that time, as my grandmother, as our grandparents and our great grandparents, they were defending a lot of things like we are today. They were defending land and space. They were defending medicines and animals. They were defending the murderous systems that were put in place here by the colonizers to reap all of this, what we had kept intact through beautiful integration of respect, of observation, of determination, of commitment, of reinvesting in that next season by harvesting the seeds that we save today. And at a very, very early age, that manifestation became so totally true as I went to a Methodist service, a Christmas service, where we were going to get our little socks with rock candy and an orange and some walnuts and maybe a jacket or two if the neighbor farmers donated enough to the church that would see our children and our elders receive winter jackets. So I was watching the service and I was part of it. I was part of that honoring of the baby Jesus away in the manger. And as these animals were brought in from the local farmers, the sheep and the calf and the camel that was, played by an actor there, I said, where is my animals? These animals all live across the sea and they have no direct contact for my spirit here. I don't see the makwa, the bear. I don't see the eagle or the hawks. I don't see my cranes. I don't see the raccoons and the possums that inhabit the river area of where I live. And I questioned that at a very early age, probably 4 or 5. And right then, my grandparent probably knew, this one is going to question things here, and she's going to re-examine the policies of this government, of this state, and make it a point to learn her own history, her own clan, her own language, find out the medicines that suit me. I have relatives that were taken to Oklahoma, Kansas, Canada, away from the medicines of this place. And that was the first opt-out, I believe, that our people experienced when we had to opt out from finding our medicine, finding those plants that would heal and deliver babies, finding those plants that would put those elders into a state where they could rest and be comfortable, where the hunters could bring home the moose fat and the deer fat and the bird fats. And we as a community would house and take care of us and one another in these beautiful relationships and mannerisms of respect and dignity. And that was all taken away in a flash, in a couple generations. It was taken away. So when those fires of the American Indian movement became flamed, and we fanned them, my parents and my grandparents and my aunties, my uncles, Frank Etowagijik, we fanned those flames to find language, to find ceremony, to find something that will make us feel like we're at home again, that we're not strangers, second-class, subhuman level animals in a place where we integrated and with our relationships with clans, with the fishing systems, with the star systems, with the garden systems. We were geniuses. And when the most important thing, when I went to ceremony and an elder came and asked us, where is the center of the universe? And we all thought this was such a profound statement because we all had our turn. Is it the sun? Is it Mother Earth? Is it our planet? And he says, no, my children, it is you. And he pointed right there. And he said, you are the center of the universe. You are the center of the universe. That was one of the most empowering statements that can be ever said to a human being. Because what that makes you become is it makes you become the force. It makes you become the power. It makes you become the season, the language, the art, the dance, the song, because it all extends from here, from our center. So that powerful wave of emotion, of spirituality, of finding identification, because back then, I would go somewhere and people would ridicule us. Ooh, 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 ooh. That they wanted us to make fun of our songs and our dances. And we put a stop to that right away. Because when you hear our songs and dances now, all you get is spirit and power, the power of creation, to make old people still want to dance, to make young people look at the ones that are around them and mimic that beautiful breath of life, that mad as the wind, that strength of life that we get from bending our knee and mimicking the labor of life that we bring to this place. When we stand and when we bend that knee, we're massaging life. And that life can return to us as it has done. You see our circles now. We're on a world stage. A world stage. They're looking at us and seeing the beauty of this. They're not seeing burlap sacks anymore. They're not seeing Buffalo Bill's wild show anymore. They're seeing beautiful, identifying Native American Indian people that are proud of who they are, proud of where they came from, proud of those 7 generations that had Sema in their hand and prayed for us so that we become the seeds of sovereignty. We become the power to take back. And they said they will never be able to take back that power once we get that back. Because all of these beautiful clan animals that we've called these relationships with, they're standing with us now. That buffalo spirit is standing with us now. those eagles that come and look for us. They're reporting back to our Creator. They're strong people down there, learning their language, learning their songs, learning their dances, learning their ceremonies. And there's families that are raising people up to look for medicine, to call the deer and to hunt as a family, to bring meat to the elders and to the table and to the community. So all of these things, I was able to see in my 64 years of lifetime. And one of the most scariest things out of all of this, is finding out my nearly 15-year-old grandson has a girlfriend.
Shut it down.
And but I thought, what was I doing when I was that age? Man, I was lighting fires. I was becoming American Indian movement. I was finding those uncles and those aunties that weren't afraid to stand up to the police and to the schools and to all those people out there that were still haunting us as to become those caricatures of the 20s and 30s. My husband was an artist, bless his heart. He's gone now, 5 years. But he loved his caricatures because they were a reminder of the strength and how far we've developed our art. Those 20s and 30s Minnie and Mickey Mouse Indians, those are a thing of the past. Chief Wahoo, a thing of a past. We still have those reminders. They will always be there. But look how far we've come. Look at our art now. Look at our systems now. Look at our leaders, our young people going forth in this world with confidence, identification, not being called drunken Indians anymore. That terminology was really bad for my generation. We had to rise above all that. We did, and we did. We became militant. We became self-assertive. We went into schools and we said, we're taking our children out of here so they can attend a 5-day ceremony, which is just as valued in my eyes as your 5 days of attendance in a parochial school. And we got the superintendents here to agree. We got the superintendents agree to have our children attend, the Mishigama occupation live as it was happening, taking over, re-identifying, reclaiming, repatriating, taking that sacred kokoko that was in their space, being debased, being desacred, desacreded. That's the kind of work that we still need to do in these upper echelons of education.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. That's such a good, powerful message. I love how you just embody your power. I can just feel it, like even in this virtual space, I can feel it radiating off you. And I don't know if it's coming from your amazing earrings or your soul or your spirit, but like
straight pumpkin power, pumpkin passion,
pumpkin passion, pumpkin power.
I love it. I love it. That's so great. Yeah, your earrings. Every time you turned your head, I was like, oh, those are fantastic. Those are powerful earrings. You got to get them big enough for the Creator to see.
And that's part of our re-identification is like when they tell you to look beautiful for the Creator, when we get up each day, is like, you brush that beautiful medicine that we grow here that covers this part of our biggest part of our medicine, our dip, our head.
Yeah.
That's a medicine bundle that determines what you're going to do in this life. Because there's nobody that can do it for you. You have to make that mind up right here. You have to be the one to make up the mind to be powerful. You have to be the one to make up a mind to attack a language and bring it back into the home. Because, native languages are so hard.
They are. Yeah, I struggled with my introduction
Yes.
to you, and I appreciate you repronouncing everything so my ear
Mhm.
can hear it. And I think that's, that's important too for me to hear it and to try to pronounce it as correctly as I can. With
Mhm.
respect to you and
Oh my
the
gosh.
creator. And so
Great.
I really appreciate you taking the time to join us, even though it was very brief today.
Mhm.
It was very powerful, and I feel really moved by your message and your
Pumpkin
story.
has me so pumped up right now. Like I will follow
Yeah,
her into battle. What are we doing? Let's go.
Yeah, let's go,
yeah,
Jennifer. We're into
yeah.
battle, girl.
So we know.
Yes,
So I
let's
know
go.
Pumpkin's sister, actually. Pumpkin's sister, Shannon Martin. She's a
Oh
good friend.
gosh.
She's a good friend of the association, and she
Yeah.
actually helped us get our first ever Tribal Museums Day started. And so we have a short clip. We're gonna let you go, Pumpkin.
Okay.
So you
Well,
can
I
get on with your
Okay,
day
Pumpkin.
and
opportunity
keep on
midway through
fighting.
the day. Donate. We need the resources in these times of where
Yes.
we're heading. And thank you so much, Miigwech.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So we have a short clip with some more details about Tribal Museums Day, and then we'll come back and talk a little bit more about some special announcements that we have for Tribal Museums Day this year. This Tribal Museums Day, explore diverse Native cultures across the country. All are welcome at tribal museums and cultural centers. When you visit, engage with the experts and ask questions. If you can, donate to the museum or purchase items crafted by Native creators in the gift shop. Use our free Tribal Museums map online to do your research and find a museum near you. During this special event, museums may offer free admission, special exhibits, gift shop discounts, art markets, and live cultural demonstrations. Join us online for a live kickoff event featuring wisdom keepers from across Native country, streaming on the association's YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn pages. Visit indian-affairs.org to learn more. Yeah, so Tribal Museums Day, if you didn't catch it in the video, it's coming up Saturday, December 6th. We have a free map of over 140 tribal museums, and that's available right on our website at indian-affairs.org /TMD map. So it's pretty easy. Go to our website, Tribal Museums page, it'll pop right up. We also, backstage, we like to call Tribal Museums Day TMD. And we always have a live kickoff on that first Saturday in December. And this year we have the Chickaloon Native Village, the John Hare Cultural Center and Museum, and the Mawak Choctaw Cultural Center participating in our live online event, which is going to be pretty similar to this event. We go to each museum and they kind of show us around. It's so cool. It's like tourism, but you get to like sit in your own little comfy chair. So I love Tribal Museums Day. So check out our webpage for more details and that awesome map of all the tribal museums so you can plan your visit. I remember going on so many field trips to museums when I was a kid, which I think is a perfect reason to talk about our Next Generations program. I believe we have a clip of our director letting you know all the good things we're doing to support our next generations. So we'll play that next.
Everything back. Everything back.
Hello, I'm Kim Metler, the Next Generations Program Director. The Next Generations program supports strong, resilient children, youth, and families, and includes our scholarship program, our summer camp grant program, our ongoing Indian Child Welfare Act work, the Healthy Adoptions Initiative, the Intergenerational Healing Initiative, and the Native Youth Justice Initiative. The scholarship program and the summer camp grant program help to build capacity across Native country. This year, the association awarded 12 camps with grant funding and $70,000 in scholarship funds to 39 Native undergraduate and graduate students. The association remains dedicated to uplifting the Indian Child Welfare Act, otherwise known as ICWA, as the gold standard of child welfare practices. We continue to collaborate with our national partners to protect ICWA and also to implement ICWA 2050, which is a 25-year plan that will build the capacity of Native nations to serve Native families and improve child welfare outcomes. The goal of our Intergenerational Healing Initiative is to promote the intergenerational physical, emotional, and spiritual healing of Native nations and our people. We partnered with the Center for Mind-Body Medicine and empowering all relatives to heal to connect more than 100 people with free training in mind-body medicine practices such as biofeedback, breathwork, and meditation. And last but not least is our Native Youth Justice Initiative, which focuses on expanding alternatives to detention for Native youth through Native-led collaboration. In October, for Youth Justice Action Month, we published a practice guide called Strengthening the Circle, collaborating with Native nations to support Native youth. This practice guide will help youth justice professionals identify every Native youth in their care, and it gives them practical tips to help develop effective working relationships with Native nations for Native youth success. Thank you for supporting the work of the association, and thank you for being part of the Next Generation for Change. If you'd like to learn more about Next Generation program initiatives, please visit our website at indian-affairs.org. Thank you.
Okay, so I got some messages. Apparently my mic wasn't muted and I was practicing on how to say our next guest's name, so I didn't screw it up. So we've got the mic issue fixed now, so hopefully that won't happen, but I want you guys to know I'm really trying to put in the effort to do these pronunciations correctly.
Also, you can just say, introduce yourself. That's how I get out of it. A lot of the time, once you introduce yourself.
Yeah, this is a video though, so we got to do the pronunciations correctly. And I don't know about you, but we're an hour plus into this thing. Are you getting hungry, Jennifer?
No, I'm good. I'm running off pure adrenaline and still some of that pumpkin power. You know what I mean? Now I'm set. Like now I'm in here. They're gonna have to drag me out. Indigeneity, I'm in.
Yeah.
I'm in it.
Great. Well, I could use a little snack, which is great because our next guest is going to show us her special recipe for corn soup. Jody, okay, so this is what I was trying to practice. Jody Gazadasot Matina from the citizen band Potawatomi Loon Clan and descendant of the Ojibwe, Ottawa, and Potawatomi, lives with her family on a small farm in Tennessee where she combines traditional lifeways with deep commitment to Indigenous food sovereignty. And so we're going to let her take it away. We're really excited to see this video. The recipe will be up on our website after this.
That was my follow-up question.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Taking notes. What do I have to do? And now I am hungry. I was fine.
Go to the grocery store, buy all the ingredients. So yeah. All right. Thanks, Jody. We're excited to watch this video with you.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.
Ani Jayek Minigishget, Jody Gazadasat, aka Boss Lady Anish, and Dejnikos, Bode Wadami and Dow, Mang and Dotem. Hello, my friends and family. I am Jody, one who helps children. I am enrolled citizen band Potawatomi and Loon Clan. And I am so thrilled to be here with you today to celebrate the 103rd annual membership event for the Association on American Indian Affairs. What a wonderful organization and what a great event. I'm excited to be here. So my whole thing is food sovereignty, Indigenous food sovereignty. It's my passion. I love to feed people. I always have. And so I'm going to cook for you today. This is one of our traditional favorites, ultimate comfort food, perfect winter food. And it's all the corn. Madame Nabo. It is corn soup. So I'm going to start with just telling you some ingredients that you can put in it. You don't need to put in it. It's totally up to you. Food sovereignty can be described as many things, but for me, I like to keep it simple. It's basically about communities and families, people having the right and the ability to nourish their bodies and their families by foraging, hunting, fishing in a sustainable and honorable way. Coming together as a community to do that helps even more. And I don't feel like you can have food sovereignty without community, and I don't feel like you can have tribal sovereignty without food sovereignty. They all go hand in hand.
So also I've got, for example, here's just some corn all over. A lot of times this time of year, you're going to see it out in farmers markets, supermarkets, advertises Indian corn, when, let's get real, all corn is Indian corn. It's just a little bit different. And so here's just some examples. This is some Cherokee beautiful corn, and you can see all of the beautiful colors. We have some gorgeous gem style corn that's blue, all different hues of blue. This was gifted to me by my daughter. And then this is some corn that we grew. This is, what kind is this? I don't remember. I think this is Cherokee flint corn. I live in Tennessee, so here's just some examples. And here's an example of our Anishinaabe or Potawatomi strawberry corn. So you can see kind of the evolution of corn. Okay, so for this recipe, I struggle to, well, with all recipes, let's be real, I struggle to measure. So but I'm doing my best. I'm working on it. I've got about 3 quarts of shelled corn or whole corn, sorry, or hominy. You can use whatever kind, white kind, yellow kind, it doesn't matter, whatever you've got. I roasted about 8 ears of corn. That's how we're measuring. I roasted that just on my griddle in the house. You can use your barbecue or your grill. You can keep them wrapped in their husk and throw them in the fire, whatever works for you. And then I've got about, let's see, 4 cups of just regular corn. And then I have another 4 cups of corn that I'm going to use to make like cream style corn. So you're going to need about 8 cups of corn, 8 ears of corn that you're going to roast, about 3 quarts of hominy. Now this is going to make you a ginormous pot, just so you know. If you want to make it smaller, great. And about 6 or 7 medium-sized potatoes. I like the gold potatoes, but I've got 1 very large onion and about, I love garlic. I've got about a whole head of garlic here. That's probably about a good 2 tablespoons of garlic. Now I traditionally like to use ramps, which are wild onions. If you're using ramps, you don't need the garlic or the onion because it's got all those flavors in it. But some salt and pepper. I've got some sunflower oil, but you can use lard, you can use bacon grease, you can use whatever kind of oil you want just to caramelize our stuff at the beginning, and some maple vinegar. If you don't have maple vinegar, you can use apple cider vinegar. Just add a little bit of maple syrup to sweeten it and smoothen it out a little bit. But maple vinegar, perfect. Okay, I've got my large soup pot here, or you can use a stock pot, whatever you've got, or a Dutch oven. That works out great too. And I'm gonna add just a little bit of oil. We're gonna get the onions started in this pot. Okay, now while the onions are kind of caramelizing and cooking down, I'm just gonna cut up my potatoes. We're just gonna go in like bite-sized pieces. They don't need to be perfect. Now in my language, potatoes are pen. That's how we say a potato is pen. And so many people think that, righteously so, that potatoes originated from Ireland, and that is not correct. They have been around the Americas for probably about 8,000 to 10,000 years. They were cultivated by our friends in the southern part of Turtle Island, and because our ancestors would trade all over the place, we have different variations of pen potatoes, ranging from these gorgeous Yukon Golds to the red potato to our beautiful Anishinaabe purple potatoes. And that is thanks to our friends from the southern part of Turtle Island. Okay, so our onions have kind of cooked down a little bit. They're nice and caramelized. Now I'm gonna add this beautiful garlic. So we're gonna let that caramelize and get aromatic. I'm gonna add a pinch of pepper and a pinch of salt. Okay, that's beautiful and aromatic. So I'm gonna go ahead and add our potatoes. So cook these until they start to just get tender over medium to high heat. Okay, for this next part, super easy. I've got about 3 to 4 cups of corn, but we're basically gonna make creamed corn. You can even buy it from the can if you want to do it that way, but you can make your own. Now, traditionally, our moms and grandmas and aunties would grate the corn on a grater, or I remember my aunt taking a fork and like on the corn cob, she would use the fork to scrape down, and then she would cut it off to make cream corn. Or like if you want to go way back, you could use a mortar and pestle. I'm using a food processor. You can use a blender. Use whatever you have. So I've got about 3 to 4 cups of corn in here, and it's fitted with the steel blade. I'm gonna put a little bit of sunflower oil in there. You can also use pumpkin seed oil. You can use, you could use vegetable stock if you wanted to. That totally works. So, and then we're just gonna pulse it. Gonna add just a little bit more oil. And there you go. You just made your own cream corn. And don't worry about like, you're gonna have some brown stuff on the bottom. That's okay. You kind of want it. It's gonna add to the flavor. So to deglaze that, we're gonna add some of that maple vinegar or apple cider vinegar, whatever you've got. And then you just kind of scrape off the bottom of that pan, and it will get all of the wonderful flavors up, and it's very good. And add that in. Now, with times the way that they are, I feel like it's more important than ever for us to start functioning back as we used to, as a village, as a community, if you will, where we don't, I think the term lean on someone or lean on each other doesn't necessarily, it's never really jived with me, because why, if you're fully functioning as a community, why would anyone need to lean on you or you lean on them? You should all be helping out each other regardless, right? So let's start working as a community, getting together with the talents we have, because we can't all do it by ourselves. So like, I like to grow a garden. I like to forage. My boys love to hunt. My girl likes to hunt. All come together as a community and just take care of each other. Don't lean on each other. Take care of each other. Then I've got that 4 cups of just regular corn right off the cob or the can, whatever you have. Add that in. I like to add all of my solid ingredients first, because I really don't like a brothy soup. I like it with substance. So I will always add my liquid later. I think that's something I forgot to tell you. You're gonna want like a stock. Like it could be beef stock, chicken stock. It could be fish stock. It could be bean or wild rice stock. It could be veggie stock, whatever you have. And if you don't have any of that, use water, totally fine. Now I'm gonna add a couple generous pinches of salt, citizen, and some pepper. And you can add more or less, totally on your preference. I also have some ground sage. This is probably a good tablespoon. If you don't like sage, who doesn't like sage? But if you don't like sage, you could try something else. You know what you like, so just add it. You don't have to follow a recipe to the T. You could also, if you wanted to add carrots, like diced up carrots, you could absolutely 100% do that. Use what you have. And then I've got the roasted or grilled corn that we talked about earlier. I'm gonna use that, but I reserved about a cup. Why? For garnish. I'm gonna put that like over the top at the end. I'll show you why. You don't have to if you don't want to. Okay, go ahead and put that in your pot. Add some of that hominy. And if there isn't room, that's fine, because this is pretty much, we're getting close to the end. Hey, look, it's all gonna fit. Perfect. Voila. We've got that. Now I've got our stock, and we're gonna add that in. Add as much as you want. If you like a lot of broth, add more. If you don't, then just add as much as you like. Generous pinch of salt and some pepper. If you don't like pepper, you don't have to add it. That's fine. I'm gonna bring it to a boil and then reduce to a simmer. Real easy, and then let it cook probably just for a half hour to an hour at a low simmer. But while that's simmering, I'm gonna show you what you can use to make it stretch even farther. Okay, now these are just ideas for toppers or to make sure that your food goes farther or so that it's more nutritious. So my first example is I've cut up some quesman or squash. This is a beautiful candy striped Cherokee winter squash that I received from a great friend of mine, and they grow beautifully and can feed a ton of people. And I just diced that into small pieces. So in a fairly hot cast iron, I'm gonna add a little bit of sunflower oil, and then I'm gonna add in the quesman. We're just gonna cook this down until it's nice and golden all over. Go ahead and add some salt and some pepper if you like. And we're just gonna cook that down until it's nice and kind of golden, maybe even a little crispy. Okay, while that's cooking up, I am gonna go ahead and start to slice up these gorgeous purple Anishinaabe potatoes. Now I leave the skins on. You can do whatever you like. I feel like there's nutrition in the skin, so I keep them on. But this is your food. You do what you like. Now, another thing I think I forgot to mention is corn was cultivated. It was pretty much our first GMO, for lack of better words. Our brilliant ancestors in the southern part of Turtle Island basically took this grass called teosinte. Hope I'm pronouncing that right. Probably not. But it was like more like a grass. Oh, it almost looked like wheat in a way. And that was a staple food for a long time. And then some brilliant ancestors in agriculture were like, I want to make more. Let's make more. And so they did, and they did that by selective pollination. And now that's why we have so many different varieties of corn, between flint corn and sweet corn and all the different colors and just the beautiful variety of corn all came from that first grain that looked like grass. So anyway, there is some more indigenous people we can be thankful for, because without them and their brilliance and their love for science and their respect for the world and all the gifts that our Mother Earth gives us, because of them, we have this beautiful variety of food today that is used all over the world. Okay, so we've got kind of a screaming hot skillet again, just like with the squash. And then we're gonna add our pen. And we're just gonna cook it up that same way over high heat until it's nice and crispy and done the way we like it. I like it to where it's kind of like golden on the outside, but still kind of firm on the inside. But you cook it the way that you and your family like it. We'll add a little bit of salt. Now, okay, so our Madame Nabo is done. It's been simmering. It's beautiful. I wish you could smell it. You're just gonna have to make it. So I've got our gorgeous Anishinaabe pen potatoes. I have some smoked venison for added protein on top of there, but you can use smoked fish. You could use bacon. This is pork belly that's been cubed and then I fried it up. And then I've got roasted corn, our squash, so we're getting those good veggies. Some onion grass that I foraged from the front yard. You can use chives, green onions, and some jalapeno for those crazy people who like extra heat. So I could not talk about my people without talking about Mahnomen, or wild rice. This is what our culture is based off of, our immigration story, our creation story. Our whole life revolves around Menomen. It's the whole reason why the Anishinaabe people are around the Great Lakes is because of the Menomen, the goodberry, the food that grows on water. It's our lifeline. So without our Menomen, we lose so much. It's not that hard to keep our waters clean. It really isn't that hard. There are several communities, several tribes in the Michigan, Indiana, and Wisconsin area. Nottawasepi and Forest Band are doing amazing things, as well as the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi, to preserve the wild rice. There has been leaks already in several pipelines, and so the tribes have a coalition of sorts to keep reintroducing and keep regrowing the wild rice, the Menomen, which is a little difficult because each body of water has their own strain of Menomen, with just a little bit of a difference, but it's their own strain. So it's very important for them to reintroduce and regrow the Menomen particular to that body of water. So by everyone coming together, they're doing that. And the Potawatomi, the Potawatomi, all tribes have now formed a confederacy of unity and strength to come together to do this sort of thing. And if you ever do buy wild rice, please make sure you're buying from an indigenous source. This is my favorite, to have Madame Nabo. So I've got my Menomen. I'm gonna add my Madame Nabo on top. And then I do now also, I almost forgot, our goodberry, the Menomen, is a complete protein. It has all 9 amino acids, which makes it a complete protein. And it's packed with fiber. So it's like the perfect food. Now, on top of that, I like kojus, or beans. And I have been braising this. You may ask, Gazaudasat, Jody, why do you have a stick in with your beans? I will tell you why. This is cedar or juniper, or you can use red cedar, regular cedar, or juniper. Add a stick in there, and it adds amazing flavor. But on top of that, it also helps so that the beans don't give you flatus. Okay, so I like to put a little bit of my kojus on top. And then of course my potatoes pen. We're gonna put that on top. Some more of this roasted gorgeous corn. Some of this squash. You've got to get in your veggies. Quesman squash. Some of my onion grass or chives. I will pass on the spice. That can go to my boys. And of course, who doesn't love a little bit of pork belly? And then to top that off, I'm just going to put some of that juniper culinary ash so that we can make sure to have all the nutrients from the corn. It's the same process that you use to make hominy, to make pulled corn. So here, I'm gonna come a little bit closer so you can see. Look at that gorgeous food. And it's all indigenous, and it's all delicious, and it's all good for you. And you can really stretch this out. It costs almost nothing, well, a little bit. Or you can grow a lot, and then it's all right here. And you can stretch it out by adding Menomen. You've got your protein. You can add your venison or smoked fish or pork belly, so you've got even more protein. And it just goes, look at, Well, I'm gonna go eat it and enjoy it. Thanks for a wonderful time, and thanks to the association for having me. Bamapi.
I'm hungry. I don't know about you.
Well,
You said you weren't hungry before that. Are you hungry now?
Oh no, I had to mute because I was grumbling. So, and two, she mentioned the pollinating, there's so much colonization views us as these cavemen, not knowing what we're doing or how to survive and eat. And
yeah,
we know what we're doing.
She needs to be on the Food Network, of course, have her own channel, essentially. I just really loved how she talked through the process, but also gave history and context about the ingredients. I felt like my mouth was watering. I felt like I could smell everything the way she was describing it too. It was amazing. So thank you so much to Jody for doing that video for us. Again, if you want to follow the recipe, it is available on our website, and you can download it right now. Don't forget, we're going to be voting for new board members at 4 p.m. Eastern. But we want to keep it moving. We got about 20 minutes before that happens. And we have so many more amazing stories to tell you. This next clip that we have, this director may seem familiar to you. Our Become an Ally program is kind of why we're all here together today. We have so many great stories of allyship to share, and so much has already happened this year. So let's hear from our director. My name is Cece Hovey, and I'm a citizen of the Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. For the past 3.5 years, I have served as the Communications and Public Affairs Director for the Association on American Indian Affairs. Become an Ally is our public education program that works to promote understanding about Native peoples, their sovereign nations, and diverse cultures, so society will make better decisions about the environment, economy, education, healthcare, and how we can all exist together on one planet. We work to build relationships that will support allyship, education, and accountability through our various social media platforms and our Red Hoop Talk podcasts to deliver public education, create productive dialogue, and encourage action from our supporters about Native Nation issues. Through Becoming an Ally, we reach millions of people every year, and we're changing how they see and engage with Native country. Our digital footprint continues to grow with more than 320,000 followers, nearly 4 million impressions, and over 213,000 interactions this year across our platforms. That reach isn't just about numbers. It represents hearts and minds being open to truth, respect, and responsibility. Our website now welcomes over 139,000 visitors annually, with more than 211,000 page views from here to Canada, Ireland, Germany, and beyond. People come to learn about our scholarship programs, federal policies, and campaigns like Not Your Mascot, which gained widespread attention this summer after we condemned racist team names after comments made by the current administration. Our single statement led to over 100 national and international media mentions, proof that education and advocacy can shift the public conversation. We also expanded awareness through a blog series which publishes monthly stories, like our blog called Reclaiming Culture, Auction Monitoring, and Advocacy Today, which continues to position the association as a national leader in protecting Native cultural heritage. Outlets such as NPR News and the Star Tribune drew from this work as they reported on auction houses refusing to sell sacred items and efforts to stop the sale of stolen Native heritage. This shows how one strong educational resource can equip both the public and the media with better language, context, and understanding. Our Red Hoop Talk podcast continues to share the voices and wisdom of Native guests like Teokasan Ghost Horse, Julian Brave Noise Cat, and Billy Mills, stories that bring us closer to culture and community. Every episode reminds viewers that allyship begins with listening and continues through action. And our partnerships are growing stronger than ever. Veterans Randy Merrill and Brian Cassidy are riding 10,000 miles in the Hoka Hay Motorcycle Challenge in August 2026 to raise $10,000 for the association's work protecting Native cultural sovereignty. Their Ride, Heal, Protect mission is inspiring thousands to join this movement, demonstrating how allyship can look like courage, respect, and solidarity in motion. Each of these efforts, our storytelling, our podcasts, our partnerships, are part of one shared vision to create a world where Native cultures and values are lived, protected, and respected. Become an Ally is more than a program. It's a movement to educate and inspire together. We are changing the narrative, expanding awareness, and building a future grounded in truth and mutual respect. Join us, learn with us, stand with us. Become an ally today.
What she said.
She looked familiar a little bit.
A little bit more well rested, maybe.
Well, maybe different earrings, of course. So thank you everybody for that. We do a lot of work throughout the year. And, the challenge for us was, as directors, to kind of put everything in a short 3-minute video. And we just get to touch on the very top things that we do and accomplish throughout the year. But when you really look at it, you can see that we've all accomplished a lot from January till now, and the year isn't even officially done yet. So it's really cool to hear from my other directors, and then to take a look back at the communications department's work too, and see it as a whole. So we're very happy that you're with us today so we can share some of that work with you. And just, a reminder, our vote's coming up soon, and this is a fundraiser. So let's talk about memberships for a second. So memberships are $25 for the year or $500 for a lifetime. If you join today, you're going to get one of the 5 sticker packs. These are 3 of the stickers. 2 of them are a mystery. These are great stickers to have. People put them on their water bottles. I don't know if you'd want them as a bumper sticker. The font is kind of small, but notebooks, laptops, they're great. They show your native pride. So $25 donation or a $25 membership will get you this sticker pack sent out to you. We're real proud of that. So what else do we have going on? We have our Share Healing program. So let's talk about that for a second, Jennifer.
Please.
Every Wednesday morning at around 11 a.m. Eastern time, we always put reminders up on our social media. It's always in our e-newsletter that our members get. We all pause for about 5 minutes and we come together in a moment of peace and shared intention. And so whether through prayer, meditation, or simply sending caring thoughts, each person's participation can really make a difference, because research shows that collective meditation can reduce stress and even create a more peaceful environment. And I think that's something that we could all appreciate these days, right? And so we post those reminders on our socials. So every Wednesday morning at around 11 a.m. Eastern time is when we try to get everybody. Oh my gosh, can you imagine the power if we just got everybody to collectively take 5 minutes and share good intentions, good thoughts, prayer, peace, meditation, all these messages that we're getting from these wonderful guests and through our videos, and just, think about that and, put it back out into the universe. That's what we're trying to do with our Share Healing program.
Or just breathe. I forget to breathe. I don't realize sometimes I'm go because I've been holding my breath just lost in my head. So even just shutting it down and breathing allows us to receive more and listen more and focus better.
Right. Yeah. So we've been, we sometimes, we'll put out videos around Share Healing too, that are kind of like a guided meditation. And we have some of those on our YouTube page. So if you're looking to get a sense of what Share Healing is about, go look at those past videos. They don't necessarily, you don't need to, Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern time is when we really want to get people together to do this thing, because, the collective is as important as doing it on your own. But if you want to, use one of our meditation videos or our Share Healing videos on your own, we do definitely encourage that as well. So that's on our YouTube page. So moving on, Jennifer, I don't know if you know this, but the association, did you know it's not federally funded? We're very proud of that.
No, that's huge, right?
Yeah.
Because your hands aren't tied, your lips aren't tied. You guys can operate with the word sovereignty in it,
Yeah, and we
as
can
government up and downs, you're a stable thing. That's huge.
Well, and we can only do it, again, because we have members like you guys that are watching this podcast. So, if you want to join the movement, again, it's $25 a year to become a member, or $500 for a lifetime. Or if you make a $25 donation today, like I said, we'll send you that sticker pack. And that's how we're able to do this work and not be federally funded. So we want to talk a little bit more about that. We have a great video about our financials this year and the health of the organization. So we're going to pull that up and watch that together.
Annual membership meeting, we share information about the health of our organization, which is directly related to our finances. Over the last 8 years, the association has, against many odds, strengthened our capacity to support grassroots programs and education. Already at the end of October, our income is almost $1 million above our annual income from 2024. Between January and October this year, we are reporting income at $2.6 million compared to last year's $1.8 million. 90% of our income has come directly from the public and a few foundations, and are the largest source of revenue for the association. We don't take federal funds. 1.5 million of our income this year came from the passing of one of our supporters, Mr. Ronald McGinley, who left us almost his entire estate. Mr. McGinley's gift and all of our legacy gifts are always unexpected and cause us to feel all the feelings. We're sad to lose a relative, and at the same time, so grateful and honored that they found our work valuable, that they're willing to give the association a gift as their last act. So our board decided that Mr. McGinley's gift would be the start of an endowment to create a sustainable source of funding that will support our efforts for another 100 years. We're working to grow this endowment to $10 million so we can retain consistent staffing, so we're not living hand to mouth, and it allows the association to take on important projects where we may be unable to find philanthropic support. After all, philanthropy only gives about 0.4% of all of its wealth to Native organizations, and even less to Native-led organizations like the association. Our success has always been through the support from the public and donors like you. Our expenses this year so far are $979,322. 89% of these expenses go directly to our programs. 11% of our expenses were for general, administrative, and fundraising. This exceeds Better Business Bureau and other nonprofit watchdog standards. Our expenses for our Cultural Sovereignty program were the highest, 52% of program expenses, because of our work to build online and in-person curriculum to support repatriation and sacred places efforts, as well as our work with Native nations for repatriation from international institutions. Program costs for the Next Generations program were 28%, and Become an Ally expenses were 20% of all program costs. In this difficult time we are in, we're spending money very cautiously while making sure staff and partners are happy and healthy, and that we're growing capacity and self-determination in Native country to create a world where diverse Native cultures and values are lived, protected, and respected. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Wow. So did you see that? 90% of our funding comes from our members and our donors. That's incredible.
Well, and these long-standing relationships of people that really understand the value of donating on the bigger scale, you know, like Frank said at the beginning, there's this work we do because we're doing it because it needs to be done, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of this helps support that work we got to keep doing and do it.
Yeah, that's a perfect segue actually to our work. In our next video, there's a situation that many of us can relate to where a loved one walks on, as they say in Ojibwe, and those left behind must care for their collections. One woman and her family recently went through this when her grandmother passed. Let's watch and find out what happened in her case.
So honored to be here today. We're gonna go ahead and do introductions just a little bit. Bonjour, kakenda so indajnakas, porewad mi indao, mengin dodem, yutminipayu aki indochpia. Hello, I'm Kakenda so Matina, and I am Program Associate for the Association on American Indian Affairs. And I am honored to be here with Lily Holland, who I've had the privilege of working with to facilitate a private return of her grandmother's collection. Lily, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you for having me, Kay. My name is Lily Holland. I live in Boston, and I've been working with the association to return my grandmother's collection, which was located in Idaho.
Thank you, Lily. So my first question for you, and one of the very first conversations we ever had, was about the story of your grandmother's life and how she came to accumulate these belongings, these cultural items, over her life. And then upon her death, the questions or concerns and these challenges that your family then faced when having to navigate the care for this collection and the estate overall. So tell me a little bit about that story.
Sure. So my grandmother lived in Sun Valley, Idaho. That was primarily where she spent most of her time. And she was a collector of all kinds of things. She collected Beanie Babies, she collected water bottles, she collected really anything you can name, she collected. And she really loved art. So she had a huge art collection. And one of the collections that she had was a collection of cultural items, Native American cultural items. And this was almost like a museum she had set up in her house. Her dining room was decorated with things hanging on the wall, items were on shelves around, art was hung up. It was a really special collection to her. I believe some of it she received from art dealers, some of it she got in her travels around the country, and some of it at art galleries. But it was a really extensive collection of cultural items. So after she passed, we had many types of collections to figure out what to do with. Some things people wanted to have in the family, some things were sold, some things were donated. And as we started to kind of sort through all of this, it became clear that this was going to be the most complex collection to place. I happened to be out there in February, so she passed in January. And while I was out there in February helping my mom to sort through some of the items and my uncle, we started taking a look through her files and trying to figure out, what is this collection made of? Where did these cultural items come from? And she had done, I think she had like a appraisal or something done a few years ago. So we had some information about some of the items, but it was really kind of pieced together. And it became clear pretty quickly that most of these items were historic. They were likely looted, genocidal cultural items, and not contemporary art. So it became very clear to us that it was time to repatriate them and return them to whoever they belonged to, which was not an easy task. So we didn't really have a lot of information about how to go about doing this. I had heard about NAGPRA before, so I started Googling and reading about that and knew that that applied to kind of larger organizations and museums, but was wondering if that would kind of provide a sort of blueprint for my family to know what to do and kind of how to begin. And in reading an article about NAGPRA, I saw Shannon quoted in the association, which led me to their website and a lot of emailing back and forth, and then eventually was connected in, and the association said that they could help us, which was wonderful.
Awesome. Thank you, Lily. And yeah, ever since you and I have been working on getting these belongings returned to Native nations, and it's been a long process, but it's happening. We're seeing some of these belongings making their way home, the majority of which have Native nations that are just waiting to figure out the final pieces to get them back home. So the impact is definitely being felt across Native country. And so with that, the other thing I wanted to ask you that feels particularly pertinent for our members is, what have you learned from this process? And what knowledge would you like to teach others who may be facing a similar journey to return? As we've talked about, and I'm sure many of our viewers know, estates can be difficult when someone, especially someone we love, passes. Having to navigate these very complex issues that you had no knowledge of before. So what kind of knowledge would you like to pass on to our members who are watching today?
I think there's like a few different buckets of knowledge, and I feel like every time you and I speak, I'm learning more and learning what I still don't know. I think one of the biggest challenges, probably like initially and still ongoing, is kind of that timing piece with grief and closure. And, we want to say goodbye to my grandmother and kind of feel like we've wrapped up her estate and that everything, all of the kind of to-do list items are done. However, this is an incredibly thoughtful and considerate process, and it's not something that can be rushed. And I think balancing that so that it feels like we're able to kind of move on emotionally and like put that chapter where it needs to be, but also understanding that like to do a process like this well, you need time and you need to go slowly and you need to be thoughtful and considerate. So that's definitely been one thing I learned, is kind of how to balance those two things together. There's been a lot of learning just around language. So every time, Kay, that you and I talk, I feel like I learn something new that I either didn't know I was doing or that I could be doing different, saying differently. Early on, I think I was continually referring to my grandmother's collection as art, and I kept calling it art. And you gently reminded me that a lot of these items aren't art, they're cultural belongings, cultural items. And even just now and talking about it again, you helped me kind of refine my language. And even in one email exchange that my mom was on, she called me after and she said, oh, Kay phrased something like, I'm so excited these items are ready to return. And she was like, I didn't think about that word return. I kept saying, send it, whatever. But language has so much power, and saying return really shares, the story of how these items need to come back to who they belong to. And that's been just ongoing, that learning. I think for anyone who's gone through the American school system, a huge challenge is that we've been taught a lot of myths and harmful things about our land, our history, the history of colonization. And I think there's an incredible amount of unlearning that we need to do and relearning the truth. And that sometimes comes in the form of like, I've learned something that maybe my parents didn't have the opportunity to learn yet. So there's generations teaching each other. As a teacher, I've, engaging in these topics with my students has helped me to feel like I'm continually learning and getting more information. But I think knowing that you don't know and then being open to learning is really one of the most important things. And then just the having a collection such as this, I think a lot of people, myself included, my family included, feel a lot of guilt. And I think not allowing that guilt to cause you to not take action and not do the right thing. So, I think the instinct is to say, well, my grandmother didn't know and she didn't steal it and the person she bought it from didn't steal it. But not allowing that to be a justification for not doing anything, and kind of know better, do better, and figure out the missing pieces. And then once you do, trust the individuals who are telling you what is the right thing to do with these belongings, with these items, and try to let go of that maybe defensiveness, either for your family members, your ancestors, people who have willingly or unwillingly participated in this. It's kind of needing to let that go and not allowing that to let you not do the right thing. I don't know if
that's perfect.
That's
okay. Such a great statement, I think, to end our interview on, and to leave our viewers and our members with. The story of return is not an isolated case. The association is currently working on a few other returns as well. And we hope by getting stories like yours and your families out, and the stories of the Native nations who now get to bring these belongings home, these ancestors home, to heal and also to reclaim knowledge that those belongings carry with them as well, is such a profound impact. And I've heard time and time again how grateful Native Nation representatives have been to be a part of this process. So I want
And likewise, my family just wants to thank you, because this has been an immense amount of labor on your end and knitting together different pieces and hatched stories, and, you know, just an amazing, amazing amount of work that we never would have known how to take on. So we can't thank the association enough for partnering with us to do this.
Oh, that's so good to hear. And thank you so much again, Lily, for joining me today. And yeah, look forward to updating our members maybe next year with this whole process. And I'm just excited to continue this work with you.
Likewise.
I love that story. That's a power.
Know better, do better. That's like your next sticker, t-shirt, whatever.
Yeah. It's such a powerful story. But we need to keep moving, folks. We're just over the halfway point of our Becoming Allies Stories That Inspire Action event. And it's about that time for our members to vote. So I'm going to turn it back over to the association's president, Frank, so he can guide us through that process. Thanks, Frank.
Hello. This is interesting. We have to get to the mundane things of the business at hand, but these stories are incredible, and you know, hearing them and hearing how it affects people personally is just so important to us. And that's really the goal of doing all this work, is that we touch people and that people are able to help touch others in good ways to bring our ancestors home, but also be part of this whole continuum of indigeneity. My task now is to encourage our board members on, and I'm going to go down through the names here to have people introduce themselves. And I'm going to start with, because I noticed there may be some time constraints, I'm going to start with one of the board members who is actually up for election to a full term this time, Makalika. Let's see if I say your name right now. Nahaloa. I did my best I could with a name like Etawagisha. It's hard to have gone through time with people mispronouncing it. Makalita, my apologies, but I'd ask if you would introduce yourself.
You're on mute, Makalika.
Let's see here. I have a technical glitch. While we're waiting for Makalita to figure that out, I'll go next with Josh Riley. Josh, will you introduce yourself while we're waiting for Makalita?
Halito, Nitak, Himag Nataka Chukma. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sahochivwat Josh Riley. My name is Josh Riley. Chata Sia Micha Chiloki Okloshi Aminti. I'm a member of the Choctaw Nation. I'm also of Cherokee descent. It's an honor to be here with everybody today. Just really enjoy my time serving here on the board of the association as the vice president. And a little bit about myself. I, outside of my work here with the association, I work in the government affairs space. So I'm constantly in Washington, D.C. advocating on federal policy and legislative initiatives for Indian country. So thank you, everybody, for joining. And it's my pleasure to serve on the board.
Thank you, Josh. And Makalita, are you off?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Okay. Aloha kako. My name is Makalika Naholova'a. I did the pule this morning to open us. So folks who were here in the morning probably already heard me introduce myself. But I'm really honored to potentially join this board after this elections process. I'm an attorney. I lead a legal services organization that's based in Hawaii that's focused on Native Hawaiian rights. And I've done a lot of work in intellectual property in the corporate space as well. But I'm really fortunate to be in the job I'm in now and to work with the folks that are on the screen with me for this association. So thank you for considering my candidacy, and I hope that I can continue to do good work with all of you.
And next, I would like, thank you so much. Next, I would Lisa Tiger Martin, if you would introduce yourself, please. Apparently, she is either on mute or not on at the moment. So I'm going to next go to Brad Keeler. Brad, will you introduce yourself? Not hearing from Brad at the moment, I will just say that Brad's 4-year term expires in December, and he's up for renewal for in the election for his term. Just to mention that, and then we will be going to the voting soon. I'm a little I don't have all the other people on screen, so I'm not sure exactly who's here. So if I'm calling somebody who's not here, I'm going to ask next for John Echohawk. If you would introduce yourself, John.
Okay, Frank. My name is John Echohawk. I'm a citizen of the Pawnee Nation of Oklahoma. I'm a lawyer and executive director of the Native American Rights Fund, the National Indian Legal Defense Fund, headquartered in Boulder, Colorado. And when I was in law school in the 1960s, I learned about the Association on American Indian Affairs. And in the 1980s, I was very pleased to be elected to this board of directors for the association, and I've been serving ever since. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And I would mention, Brad, are you on yet? I don't hear Brad. I know Brad's been on. Brad and John are the 2 longest serving members of our board right now, and actually, in this case, both of them are up for re-election. Okay, next on my list here is Licia Ortega. Licia, would you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Frank. Kamadat Venti, Vinyapamul, Licia Ortega, Mapipanyanyu, Minyatnyahaps, Gamanskwitan, Hanyapshramul, Nahar Nahar. Greetings, relatives. I'm Licia Ortega. I am a citizen of the Fort Yumukuchan Indian tribe, born for the Turtle Clan and the Frog Clan. I'm a policy and legal advocate, and I spend my days defending land. I also lead communications campaigns at Thunderbird Strategic, and I'm very thankful to be here alongside all of these warriors that have like-minded thought processes about strengthening the association.
And I would mention that Licia is up for election to a full term at this election today. Next, I'd like Jamie Gomez. Jamie, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah, Ganesh Chish, Squat Yuhak Tuasak, Yek Nahatsati, Sukakari Ayachat. My Tlingit name is Squat. My English name is Jamie Gomez. I am from the Raven Sukakari clan, an enrolled citizen with the Tlingit Haida tribes of Alaska. I've been honored to be up as one of the new board members here with this association, and I currently work for my tribe, leading philanthropy and strategic partnerships. And it just fills my heart to be with you all today. Thank you for having me, Ganesh Chish.
Thank you, Jamie. And I want to mention also that she's up for election for a full term. And next is Joseph Daniels. Joseph, will you introduce yourself, please? Hearing none, appears Joseph may not be with us right now. Joseph is from Forest County, Potawatomi, and has been on the board for several years. He's one of the been involved a lot in the working on finance issues for our organization. And then I've gone through this list. I think that I've saved Rory Wheeler for last because Rory's going to come up next on this part. Rory, will you introduce yourself, please?
Absolutely. Miigwech Frank. Hi, Yahweh Skanak Guweko. My name is Rory Wheeler, a citizen of the Seneca Nation, calling in from our territory here just in Buffalo, New York. I'm currently the chairman of the nominating committee. I've been serving on the association's board since 2019, while I served as the Youth Commission co-president with the National Congress of American Indians. Today, I'm a member of the Indian Law Practice Group at the firm of Lippis Mathias, based here in Buffalo, New York, and in Washington, D.C. But I, look forward to, continuing to work and serve alongside these remarkable individuals as we carry this work out for not only for ourselves, our children, and our future generations. But today we're asking the membership to elect 3 new board members, Makalika, Licia, Jamie, and to renew the terms of 2 current board members, John and Brad. Just a quick reminder, Makalika, Jamie, and Licia were appointed to the board of directors in December 2024 to fill vacancies. Under our bylaws, it is the membership who formally elect our board of directors, so we're bringing these appointments to you today. We're asking all members to vote online by using the QR code or link that will be displayed on your screen. Please take a moment right now to go there and cast your vote. Voting will remain open from now through 5:30 p.m. Eastern this evening. We'll return at the end of the evening to share the final tally with you all. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Cece to continue with more stories and performances. Yahweh.
Thank you, Rory. Must have caught Cece off guard here.
I was like, where am I? Wait a second. Yeah, thank you for that. So everybody take a second and vote. You can vote from now until about 5:30, but the sooner the better. You don't want to forget to vote. The link is in the chat on all 3 platforms. So we're airing live on LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, and there's in the chat, there's the link to the form. We also have that beautiful QR code. If you're watching on your computer or whatever, you can use your phone, capture that QR code and vote. Or the third way also is just by using the little banner down here, typing that all into your browser and going and voting. So please take a minute and vote now. All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. We're doing pretty good on time. I'm pretty proud of us. You never know when you get a big group like this together and all those moving parts, if it's going to go as well as you think it's going to go, but we're doing great. Shannon's producing the event and it's going fantastic. So let's see, what's our next video? So we have a video from someone who is on our Council of Advisors. Her name's Carrie Kennedy, and she is Robert F. Kennedy's daughter and the president of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. Under her leadership, the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights partners with the bravest people on earth to create lasting change. A human rights activist and lawyer, she authored the New York Times best-selling Being Catholic Now, as well as Speak Truth to Power, Robert F. Kennedy, Ripples of Hope, and the forthcoming Ethel, Faith, Hope, Family, and an Extraordinarily American Life, which is scheduled for publication in the fall of 2026. She's devoted over 40 years to the pursuit of equal justice, the promotion and protection of basic rights, and the preservation of the rule of law. She works in child labor, women's rights, disappearances, indigenous land rights, judicial independence, freedom of expression, ethnic violence, criminal justice reform, immigration, impunity, environmental justice, and more. I don't know what more, but that's a pretty long list. She's a member of the Massachusetts and District of Columbia bars, and she is a graduate of Brown University and Boston College Law. So let's hear from Carrie.
Hi, I'm Carrie Kennedy, and I'm the president of Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights. I'm honored to join you for the association's 103rd annual membership meeting and to celebrate this year's theme, Becoming Allies, Stories That Inspire Action. Before we begin, I want to recognize the Indigenous peoples on whose lands we gather, and I want to thank the Native advocates, artists, and leaders who remind us every day what courage, resilience, and community look like. Storytelling has always been at the heart of justice movements. It is how we share truth, not only through facts, but through lived experience. It is how we remind each other of what is possible. When my father, Robert F. Kennedy, traveled to Pine Ridge in the Mississippi Delta, he didn't just see poverty and hardship. He saw dignity, he saw strength, and he saw a fierce determination to make this country live up to its promises. Those stories changed him, and they continue to change us today. Becoming an ally begins with listening to those stories. Then it means acting on what we learn. It means using whatever privilege, power, or platform we have to lift up our voices that have been silenced for far too long. Across this country, Indigenous communities are leading some of the most vital fights of our time for clean water, for climate change, for cultural preservation, and for the right to self-determination. At RFK Human Rights, we've been proud to stand alongside Native leaders and organizations, from those protecting sacred lands from destructive extraction to those teaching new generations their languages and traditions. Their examples remind us that allyship is not about speaking for others. It is about standing with others and making sure that justice, healing, and repair are not just words, but commitments. Healing is a powerful form of resistance. It is how communities survive trauma and turn it into strength. That lesson comes not only from Indigenous leaders I have met, but also from families we have worked with around the world, from Colombia to Kenya, and here at home with the Standing Rock Sioux. Everywhere, I see young people carrying forward the wisdom of their elders, turning pain into progress, turning memory into movement. That is the intergenerational bridge that this theme celebrates. So today, I want to leave you with this invitation. Keep telling your stories. Keep listening to one another, and keep turning empathy into action. Allyship is not a destination. It is a daily choice. When we make that choice together, we honor those who came before us, and we build the just and peaceful world they dreamed of. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your creativity. And thank you for your relentless hope. It is what keeps the movement alive. In the words of my father, each time a person stands up for an ideal, they send forth a tiny ripple of hope. Let's keep sending forth those ripples until they become a tidal wave which sweeps down the mightiest walls of oppression and resistance. Thank you very much.
Whoa, what a powerful message. Again, this is what I keep saying, you know, I feel it flowing through me. Carrie is such a wonderful speaker, and she has that great message. Again, like, I think that the theme that I'm hearing too, and Frank set the tone of, you know, allyship is a journey, right? And we got to keep moving, and together we can affect change. Yeah, and one more time. It looks like we've only had 2 people vote since we put up that QR code. So make sure you go to the QR code. I don't know where, over here. Go to the QR code, the little link on the bottom of the banner. It's in the chat if you're on YouTube, Facebook, or LinkedIn. Please, please, please go and vote. It only takes a couple minutes, maybe not even a minute. I'm going to say it takes 37 seconds, everybody. Please go vote if you can. We really appreciate that. Oh, we got 2 more. Great. My begging worked. All right. So, oh yeah, we've got a nice little, nice little graphic here. Yeah, check out the, So please vote. So let's keep it moving. I know we've got some more guests to bring up, some more live guests and some more videos. I think maybe you have heard me talk about the Hoka Hey Motorcycle Challenge in that video that I did earlier, but I really want to give it its moment to shine. So I know we have a quick video, and then I can talk about it a little bit more while we keep this thing rolling.
A 10,000-mile ride across Turtle Island in just 2 weeks, the Hoka Hey Motorcycle Challenge raises awareness about the realities Native peoples face and inspires supporters to learn, engage, donate, and take action for justice.
Yeah, quick video there. So as I said in that video, it's almost 10,000 miles in 2 weeks, which is incredible. They don't use, they're not allowed to use GPS. So it's all maps, old school style, you know. They kind of don't know where they're going to end up at night. They might be roughing it. But they're, we have 2 veterans out there, Randy Merrill and Brian Cassidy. And they have a great Facebook and YouTube channel where they're visiting diverse Native nations and really learning and enjoying getting to know our relatives out there. And it's really cool to watch their journey. But their main goal is to ride in the Hoka Hey, but also they're allies. And they are trying to bring awareness and education about the association to people that may not have heard of us or know that we exist. So they're leveraging their platforms to help bring awareness to the association. And in doing that, their goal is to raise $10,000 for the association to support our ability to protect Native cultural heritage. So we really appreciate their allyship. 2 non-Native guys just approached us, earlier this year, and they had this great idea, and we were all in. And so we're really proud of them. Again, they have a web page. It's scrolling down here on the bottom. If you want to learn more about their story and why this motorcycle challenge is so important to them and their healing as veterans, check it out. All right, so let's see, what else do we got here? What else can we talk about? Oh yeah, I haven't mentioned it yet, but we're giving we have a 10% discount in our merch store right now. Ooh. So yeah, we've got all kinds of shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies. I know it's getting chilly, not here in Southern California, obviously, but some of our relatives to the north really like those hoodies. And we'll play a short clip about that, but we also have 10% off in our merch store using code MEMBER2025, and you can get 10% off in our merch store, and all the proceeds from those t-shirts go right back into our programs. And we love to see people out in the wild wearing our merch. That's kind of how we can spot each other. So yeah, check it out.
Can you believe we're halfway there?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Time flies when you're having fun with your friends, right, Jennifer?
Yep. Well, and then with Shannon just working the motherboard.
Yeah.
What I mean? This is a vacation.
And a lot of folks pick up our shirts at our annual repatriation conference. We tend to sell a lot of shirts there, which also reminds me, our 11th annual conference is coming up this February. And the theme is Feeding the Fire, Advancing the Movement. And this year, the entire event is fully virtual, so anyone can join us from wherever they are. And this conference builds on more than a decade of work, this conference, because this is the 11th one, on more than a decade of work, calling us to move with clarity and conviction and real collaboration. So attendees will find practical support, interactive workshops, cultural programming, and all of that strengthens Native nations, allies, institutions, all working in the repatriation movement. So this conference is a space to develop long-term strategies, share tools, build community. It's all focused on bringing our ancestors and cultural heritage home, strengthening those laws, and training and reshaping how the public learns about our histories. We just, a little bit ago, we had a really great story about, a personal repatriation without, institutions and things like that involved. And we'd love to hear those stories, but we also are trying to get institutions and things like that to repatriate their Native cultural heritage. And repatriation isn't just a process, it's a responsibility and a sacred obligation to honor Native sovereignty. So we really call on our leaders, practitioners, museum professionals, advocates, and allies as we feed that fire that carries our ancestors home and moves this living movement forward. Registration's opening very, very soon. Check out our website for more details and updates. We are very excited. Again, it's just around the corner. It's February 2026 is when our repatriation conference is going to happen. So what do you think, Jennifer? You think it's time to introduce our next live guest?
No, I'm going to need a few minutes because you said 2026. And
I know, right?
Like, you can see me. I just went.
Yeah, it's right, girl. It's right around the corner.
I think I'm okay now. So sock it to me.
Okay, it's coming. It's coming. We got to get through, the holidays and all of that. So, all right. So the holidays. Let's talk about our next guest. Her name is Carly Badhart-Bull. She is Flandreau Santee and serves as the Executive Director of Native Ways Federation, whose mission is to activate and expand informed giving to Native-led nonprofits through donor education, research, and advocacy. Before joining the Native Ways Federation, she spent more than 6 years at the Bush Foundation, where she advanced grant making and partnerships in Native country. A former assistant county attorney focused on child welfare, Carly has taught Dakota language to early childhood students in Minneapolis. Deeply committed to Native American representation in spaces of influence and impact, she serves on numerous boards and committees and was appointed to the Minnesota Clemency Review Commission in 2024. Named a 2020 Minnesota Attorney of the Year, woo! She helped lead the effort to restore the Dakota name, which I'm going to let you pronounce because I've been butchering them and I don't want to embarrass myself. The Dakota name to Minneapolis' largest lake. In 2019, she was selected as the W.K. Kellogg Foundation Community Leadership Network Fellow. Welcome, Carly. Thank you.
And I'm still stuck in that 2026 thing. I'm like going back to 1996 all of a sudden somehow. So.
Mortality.
I know, right? I'm so grateful to be here. So B'day Makaska. That's how we say it. B'day Makaska.
B'day Makaska. B'day okay.
B'day.
B'day.
Maka.
Maka.
Ska.
Ska. See, you are a great teacher. Thank you.
It's all coming back to me, all those years of teaching.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having me. Hami taku yipi. Hello, my relatives. Iyushkian wachian kepte, wachian kaptek, chante, washte nape chiuzapi, washichu ia Carly Badhart-Bull mie, Dakota ia tokadakia maniwi mie. Wakpa ipaksha hamataha, bade ota otue, dedwatie, damakota. I shared good morning, hello, friends and relatives. I'm happy to see you all today, and I greet you all with a good heart and a handshake. Even though I can't see you across the screen, I do see some of you. I know that you're out there, and I'm just honored to be able to share a little bit with you today. In English, my name is Carly Badhart-Bull. In Dakota, I am Tokadakia Maniwi, or woman who walks toward the future. As was mentioned, I'm a citizen of the Flandreau Santee Sioux tribe, which is located in southeast South Dakota, right across the border from where I join you from today, here in Minnesota Makoche, also known as Minnesota, or the land where the water reflects the sky. And specifically, I'm sitting in my house in B'day Ota Otue, city of many lakes, also known as Minneapolis. So I was just going to share some information, if that's okay, about my family, about some of what led me to do the work that I do, I think. Our people, Dakota people, are the original people of Minnesota Makoche. This is our homeland. Our creation stories tell us that we emerged as human beings here on this earth after falling from a constellation of stars called the Pleiades. And I know many tribes, other tribes also have star stories. We know them as the Seven Sisters. We are Wichachbi Oyate. We're the star people. And we come from a place called Badote. The word Badote literally means convergence. So it's the word for where the Minnesota and Mississippi rivers come together. Our people were exiled from Minnesota after the War of 1862, during which 38 plus 2 of our men were hung in the largest mass execution in U.S. history. And the anniversary of that is coming up around the holidays. And so that's something that I'm thinking about, of course, and the fact that the majority of Dakota people actually live outside of Minnesota, including my own tribe in South Dakota. But this is our home. As a result of colonization and these historical happenings, I didn't grow up here. But like many others, I've come home. I'm a Dakota woman. I'm a mom. I'm a widow. I'm a sister. I'm an auntie. I'm a daughter. I am all of these things. I'm also an attorney by training. I'm a graduate of the University of Minnesota, both for undergrad and law school. I'm a former language teacher, child welfare attorney. And for the past 13 years, I've been working in philanthropy, and I now specifically work with nonprofits. So I'm the executive director of a national organization, which is based right here in Minnesota, but we do have staff all over the country, Native Ways Federation. We're a national nonprofit founded by several national Native nonprofits, including the Association on American Indian Affairs. Shannon is on our board, so grateful for that. We also have representation on our board from our founding organizations at the American Indian College Fund, National ICWA, First Nations Development Institute, American Indian Science and Engineering Society, and Native American Rights Fund. So our mission is to advocate for increased resources to Indian country, and specifically to advocate for Native-led organizations and entities. When Shannon asked me to share some words today, I was like, what am I going to talk about? She asked me to share some words of inspiration. And at first I wasn't sure. And then I started thinking about the work that we're doing, and I started thinking about all that we have coming up. And so please, I am going to put in a plug. Go to nativeways.org, www.nativeways.org. Find out more about our organization. I also started thinking about the time of year that we're in, Thanksgiving coming up, end of year fundraising for a lot of organizations. And at the forefront of the work that I do, the work that my team does, is this desire to be a good relative, to live out our Indigenous values, the desire to help our broader communities. And as I thought about that, this end of year kind of chaos that's always going on with, wrapping things up for some organizations and starting new things for others, and, trying to get take advantage of some of the generosity that is named out there, but sometimes we may or may not see, because as Shannon had shared, I know earlier in the video, the percentage of Native-led nonprofits that get funding from philanthropy is pretty low. Oftentimes this time of year with Thanksgiving, folks refer to generosity and abundance, and often they have a different understanding, I think, than many of us as Indigenous people of what it means to us and the role that we play in this kind of bigger picture. And then I started thinking about pieces of my own family history. I thought about what my ancestors went through so that I could be here today talking to you. I thought about our Dakota values of generosity, bravery, compassion, and how they have played a role, and they continue to play a role in my existence and me being here today. And so, I'm committed to continuing to live through those values. And at the same time, when I used to be asked to speak in public, I would often start with, I'm not supposed to be here. That idea that when you look at all the things our people have been through, specifically one of my ancestors was a non-native, Seth Eastman. He was an artist and a commanding officer who was stationed at Fort Snelling here in Ba'ario'to'otu'e, and he was tasked with documenting. He was a painter, and he was tasked with documenting in these little ledger books. And I've seen the real ones, and it was very emotional, because he was told, we want you to document the Dakota way of life. And he did hundreds of paintings of our people, and some of these are seen as some of the first paintings of Minnesota. So he was commissioned to document the lifeways of a people who, and I quote, were going to disappear.
Wow.
And that was my grandfather. He ended up taking on a Dakota, or had a Dakota relationship. And here I am. And we didn't disappear. And so when I say I'm not supposed to be here, that's what I'm referring to. There was this intention for me not to be here, for many of us not to be here. But here we are. And it's taken me years to understand, through my own healing, through lots of therapy, through involvement with our culture and our ceremonies, to understand that I am exactly where I am supposed to be. So that includes sitting here today in my living room, at my dining room table, talking to you all. So thank you for being here with me. And I'm just going to share a couple other things about just these pieces of my family history that kind of came to me when I was thinking about what to talk about. So I'm Badewa-Kantuan on my dad's side. I'm also Muskogee Creek on my mom's. On my father's side, I come from Black Dog, the Black Dog Band of Dakota people here in our homelands. I'm the granddaughter of Machpia Wichasha, Chief Cloudman, and Champadutowi, Chokcherry woman. They led an agricultural village called Heata Otue, or Village to the Side, over at Badewa-Makaska in the 1830s. And for those of you who have been to Minneapolis, maybe some of you are in Minneapolis, Badewa-Makaska used to be called Lake Calhoun. It's the most visited lake in the state of Minnesota. And again, we have a lot of lakes, city of many lakes, land of 10,000 lakes. It was previously named after John C. Calhoun, who was the former South Carolina senator. He was a super outspoken defendant of slavery. He was vice president under Andrew Jackson. He also established the BIA during his time as the Secretary of War under the War Department. He was not a friend of our people. In fact, he drafted the Indian Removal Act, which led to the Trail of Tears and led to other he led all sorts of horrific actions against our people, as well as our Black brothers and sisters. So long story short, Badewa-Makaska had been given this name, Lake Calhoun, at some point, and that's what it was known as when I moved here, when I moved back home back in the 2000s. There's no evidence that John C. Calhoun ever set foot in Minnesota.
Interesting.
The lake was named after him because he was Secretary of War and signed off on the establishment of Fort Snelling, which many say correlate directly to the establishment of the state of Minnesota. So because of that, he was honored with this name, his name at this lake, which is so prominent in our city, even though it had a name. It had a Dakota name. Many of the surrounding businesses and streets when I moved here in the early 2000s had the name Calhoun. That is no longer the case. I'm very proud to say. In 2018, the Dakota name of the lake, Badewa-Makaska, was reestablished, and our family helped lead that work along with a lot of folks in our community. So Badewa-Makaska means White Banks Lake. It's named after the sandy white beaches that used to surround it. It was a long process to get that name reclamation for that to happen. It went all the way up to the Minnesota State Supreme Court, who validated the work that we did. Not going to I've given hour-long talks on that work because we learned a lot through that process, especially around how to bring people together in our community here, and having our 3-year-old, my 3-year-old niece teach everyone how to say Badewa-Makaska. I did a Red Hoops talk on the subject back in 2020. So one of the benefits of being part of this organization is having access to some of these stories in other places. So I know you can find it on the association's YouTube channel. But I want to share just a little bit more about just something that I don't think I talked about necessarily at that time. So my grandparents, Machpia Wichasha and Champadutowi, Chief Cloudman and Chokcherry woman, They led this village. They were my other grandparents, and you'll notice I don't say great great grandparents because that's just not how we talk in our community. But they also had the grandchildren, John Eastman, Grandpa John, and Grandpa Charles Eastman. So Grandpa John and Grandpa Charles were brothers. Grandpa Charles, or Ohiesa, some of you may know him as, he was the second Western trained Native doctor in the country, the first being a woman, which is pretty cool. He was the only medical specialist allowed to go in and treat victims after the massacre at Wounded Knee in 1890. He was a prolific writer, particularly in the early 1900s. So Grandpa John and Grandpa Charles were also the grandchildren of the folks who, our grandparents who led this village. And at one point, Grandpa Charles wrote in, I think it was Soul of an Indian, one of his books, he wrote, "The Native American has been generally despised by his white conquerors for his poverty and simplicity. They forget perhaps that his religion forbade the accumulation of wealth and the enjoyment of luxury." He went on to say it was the rule of his life to share the fruits of his skill and success with his less fortunate brothers. Thus, he kept his spirit free from the clog of pride, cupidity, or envy, and carried out, as he believed, the divine decree, a matter profoundly important to him. So I'm a Native professional who works in the field of philanthropy. And to me, when I think about my family's village at Bedemakaska, there's a story that exhibits how we as Native people, how we are the first philanthropists. And I have a story that's specific to this area. And it also shows how Dakota people, despite colonization, despite attempts to diminish us, how we've continued to exercise our rights to be Dakota, to be Native, even during the most challenging of times. This history, Minnesota history, this Native history is Minnesota history, just like Native history is U.S. history. And so I often share stories like this when I'm talking in front of non-Natives too, just to make sure that folks understand that this is part of our collective human story. So the story goes that my grandfather, Makpiwi Chasha, was on a hunting party in the middle of the winter. So this goes to the establishment of Bedemakaska, of Hiata Otume, the village at Bedemakaska. So he was on a hunting party in the middle of winter. And this was in the late 1820s. And his hunting party was overtaken by a sudden blizzard. There was this particularly harsh winter coupled with lack of game due to the encroachment of white settlers, fur traders. His people were hungry, and Makpiwi Chash and his hunting party were forced to travel much further than their usual hunting grounds, and they ended up near the Missouri River. The story that's been both passed down in our family history verbally, but also documented in missionary documents, which is really interesting. My sister is a historian, and she has read some of these and did her research on this for her dissertation. So he and Makpiwi Chash and the rest of his party, they buried themselves in the snow. That's how they were going to keep warm. They wrapped themselves in buffalo robes. They buried themselves in the snow for 3 days and 3 nights. And during that time, my grandfather remembered that the Indian agent had been urging his community to start farming at Bedemakaska. And now our people had farmed, we'd had gardens, we'd moved with the seasons, we'd cultivated gardens as we moved, we harvested wild plants and medicines. But that was different from what the Indian agents were trying to introduce. They were trying to introduce a new way of farming with machines and planting of non-indigenous plants. They saw it as a method of civilizing us, if you will. And the story goes that Makpiwi Chasha prayed to make it through this storm. And he decided that if he did, he would try agriculture because he was worried for his people. And so he prayed to Tankashita and he said, if I make it through this storm, I will try it. And he made it through, and his hunting party made it through. So the agricultural village was established around 1830. Now, some would see this as assimilation. We choose to see it, especially, my sister and I have done our own research on this as Dakota people, as adapting in the moment, and as an example of resiliency as our people were struggling with the loss of natural resources, hunting lands. Now, interesting point, the village lasted less than 10 years. And when you look at the missionary and the Indian agent papers, they deemed it as, and I quote, a failed experiment. Reason being because our people didn't fully embrace the large-scale farming they envisioned. They wanted to see more changes in gender roles, for one thing. Apparently, our women are too tough and we're doing too much of the labor in our communities. We like to work hard. Nothing wrong with that. We had systems that worked for us. But additionally, they wanted us to be collecting more food over a longer term and preserving it for future winters. And in actuality, during that time, when Native people looked at this documentation, what we found was during that 10-year period, nobody starved. Not only that, but we were giving our food away. So the neighboring bands were also fed and taken care of. We weren't preserving enough food, not because we weren't hoarding it. We were giving it to our neighbors who were hungry. And so while our people struggled to live within, the confines of this imposed system and way of life, to me, this is a success story because they maintained who they were as Dakota people. They took care of each other. Makpia Wichasha's village wasn't a failure. It guaranteed the survival of not only his own people, but of neighboring communities. It ensured the future lives of their descendants. It's how I'm able to be here today. And so to me, that's success. And I think about how, funders, I work in philanthropy, funders often want to see particular outcomes and deliverables. Historians, government, whoever it is, they have their definition of success. By those definitions at that time, this was a failure, but I'm here as evidence of our people's resiliency in that moment. And so I share that as an example of early philanthropy in this little area where I live. But I just want to note these stories are everywhere. And when you look at this time of year, but also look at what's happening with the current administration with, reducing access to SNAP benefits and the things that tribes have had to do to jump in this moment. Our people thrive in systems of collectiveness and solidarity over individual goals. And I just think this is a good example of that. And I hope other people will go back to their own communities and look at what examples there are in the land, in the Indigenous history that help us understand how to be good relatives to one another.
Yeah, thanks, Carly. That's I really liked what you said, that even in challenging times, we can exercise our rights. I think that's really powerful. And again, this is a story of an event happened 100 years ago, and we're here. We're still here because of that, and we're better for it. At that time, it doesn't seem like it's a success, right? But if they had the vision and know that the next generations are coming, to carry that forward, I think is powerful. So thank you again, Carly, for joining us. Great earrings, by the way, too. I just want to say that. Those are fantastic.
Carly, Danae, and Dakota. So
beautiful, beautiful.
And this is a picture of my son and I at Bademakaska.
Oh, that's so special. Oh, well, thank you so much for sharing so much of yourself and your family and your history with us. We really appreciate you.
Absolutely. Well, Pita, to you and to the association for supporting us and supporting all of us with the work that you do.
Thanks, Carly. All right. So moving on, we're just going to check some voting results here. All right. So we've got 27 people who have voted so far. Can we get 3 more? There's still time to vote. Click that QR code or, look in the chat. The link is in the chat. If we can get 3 more, I will be a happy camper. That'll get us to 30. That seems like a nice number for us to end on. But I mean, we take more past 30, but let's try to get to 30. We need 3 more people to step up and vote. And then I was also, while Carly was talking about her history and things like that, I snuck in on the back end and looked at how much money we've raised so far. We're at about $800. We've got some time to go. We've got about 6 new members, and we're trying to get to 100 on that. So again, if you donate $25 to the association or more, you get a 5 sticker pack. Again, these are the 3 stickers and 2 mystery ones. Also, if you become a member and do a $25 membership, we'll send you that sticker pack as well.
Okay,
right.
stickers and all and such. No offense, sweet Cece, but this is a big deal. Your work is a big deal, right? The
Yeah.
programs are a big deal. The truth is a big deal. So just being part of that is a big deal. Plus, you get
Yeah.
some stickers. But what I'm trying to say is things get crazy. You know, here I am in the Central Valley, California. It was Fresno Indian Health that stepped up and gave out food boxes, right, to non-natives.
Yeah.
Right. It is. And so I kind of hear what Carly's saying. Like, this is a trying time. So we need to step up too and
Yeah.
take care of each other. And part of taking care of each other is taking care of institutions like this that
Yeah.
that stabilize us and that have been consistently for the prosper of our people. So I don't want to get all like mean about it, but this is something like it's tax deductible. We all got that due next year. You
Yeah.
guys have done an amazing job of showcasing all the different programs and ways you're throughout the year actively working to benefit my life.
Yeah. Well, and thank you for saying that too, because that's such an important message about the work we do. And did you know, like, so obviously our staff is very, very small and we are mighty for sure, but we actually also have interns. And we have about 14 interns right now. And we really love when those allies turn into interns. And we have so many projects that we're always looking for help for. So if you're interested in interning with the association or just volunteering, check out our internships page on our website. We have a full listing there of our open projects that we're looking for help with. But in the meantime, we do have a short clip from some of our interns from this past year talking about their projects. So let's take a while, like let's listen to them and see what they have to say about how they've helped move the association's mission forward.
White and hello, my name is Kwani Von Marsley and I'm a citizen of the Colville Confederated Tribes in eastern Washington state. I began my role as a legal and policy intern for the association earlier this year, and I also currently serve as a congressional intern for the U.S. Senate. In my internship role, my work centers on tracking federal legislation and developing resources for the association on key issues such as budget reconciliation and public lands policies. Through this work, I've come to understand how critical it is for Native nations to strategically navigate the federal legislative process in order to advance tribal sovereignty, especially in today's climate. I'm especially proud to have identified and flagged legislation that is harmful to our Native nations and to highlight these bills in order for the association to organize in defense of Native lands and interests. I want to become a tribal attorney one day, and I look forward to using the skills through this internship to continue advocating for Native nations. Thank you to our members for making this opportunity possible.
Hi, I'm Vedha Ramachandran. I'm from the Bay Area, California, and I'm a proud Native ally. This year, I had the opportunity to work in the association's repatriation efforts, where I researched and found contacts that would better help the association in returning stolen ancestry to the correct Native nation. This experience in these grassroots efforts was extremely valuable to me, as it allowed me to realize what was needed on the ground level to help bring justice to Native communities on a larger scale. I am so grateful for the activities and the experience I am able to take part in at the association. And I'm so thankful for all the members for making this possible for me and for so many other interns. Thank you so much.
My name is Riley Eller. I'm a member of the Muskogee Creek Nation and a current intern for the association. This year, my current project is to research Native American sacred sites as part of the Cultural Sovereignty Program to contribute to the ongoing catalog that others at the association had previously started of places all over the country that may be threatened. In conducting this research, I am hoping to create tools to keep others informed, but I am also educating myself in all the ways that Native sovereignty needs to be enhanced to protect these precious locations and resources. Education is so important as an act of change for the protection and expansion of Native rights. I'm grateful for this opportunity to help, even in a small way, to interrupt the erasure of Native culture, access, and identity. Please continue to support the association in protecting Native sovereignty. Thank you.
Hi,
Hi, I'm Claire Lavarita, a proud Native ally and an intern with the association. This past year, I worked on the International Repatriation Strategy Outreach Project, which helps establish communications and the correct contacts for our broader International Repatriation Strategy Project efforts. I recently transitioned to a new research project focused on the looting and theft of Native American cultural property, and my goal is to collect data on looting and create a central website to work as a repository for this data with accompanying information and visualization. Along the way, I have learned the importance of humility, which I feel I will definitely use in my future work with Native nations. So thank you all so much. Thank you to our members for making this possible. Your support turns ideas into real change.
Hi everyone, my name is Maddie Lee, and I'm a proud Native ally who is currently interning in archival research for the association. During my time here as an intern, I've been working to put together a timeline of the association's board of directors and staff leadership, so that their work and their achievements are preserved and can be properly recognized. I hope that future generations will continue to add to this timeline and take inspiration from the impacts that past generations have made. Through my work under the association, I've had the opportunity to learn more about some of the influential figures of Indigenous activism, which I hope to use to facilitate more change in the future. Thank you so much for supporting us at the association.
I love our interns. We have native and non-native interns, as you just saw there, and they do all those like research kind of projects for us and dig deep into the archives, and they're just so instrumental in helping us do research, amongst other things, but particularly in that set of interns, a lot of research and things like that being done. So we really appreciate them. Thank you to all of our interns. That was just a small snippet of our interns right now. And don't forget, your donations support our work, and our work helps interns learn more about Native country. Again, donate $25 or become a member today, and we're going to send you that 5-sticker pack. We are heading into our final hour. It has flown by. Oh my goodness. What do you think, Jennifer? Has it flown by for you too?
It has flown by for me. And once my leg that fell asleep stopped hurting and just completely died, I've been fine. Right?
Okay, great.
It's like frostbite. I'm just gently going to sleep now, waiting for it to overcome me. But no, and I'm in community radio. And as this world is kind of changing, you guys have to validate historically with research and documents and all this stuff to prove who you are based on what some white person said you were, or a colonizer said you were 100 years ago, right? So it's very interesting that even though we are an integral part of American history, depending on the era, we get written out or written back in or written out. So again, the longevity and consistency of the association is something that I just feel. I mean, maybe I'm going to ditch the dog treats and maybe donate a little bit extra on this one, because this is an anchor, right, of culture and truth. And no matter what administration is in, you guys have been consistently there doing the work over and over again. So
100 years. Yeah, that's a minute, right? I am so excited to introduce our next guest. We have another live one here. She's a member of our Council of Advisors, Kimberly Guerrero. She's Colville and Salish and is a contemporary storyteller who enjoys a career in film, television, and theater. Her most recent work includes the HBO original series, It, Welcome to Derry, streaming hits like Reservation Dogs and Rutherford Falls, my personal favorite, the gritty revenge thriller Catch the Fair One, opposite Emmy nominee Kali Reese, the breakout animated Netflix hit Spirit Rangers, Amazon's Outer Range, and The English, opposite Emily Blunt and Chasky Spencer. Sorry if I mispronounced that. On stage, Kimberly originated the role of Jonah in Tracy Letts' You're going to correct me. Tracy Letts Tony Award-winning play, August, Osage County, on Broadway. For years, Kimberly worked extensively with Native peoples across North America, using filmmaking as a tool to empower youth and promote wellness in tribal communities. She currently serves as a professor in the Department of Theater, Film, and Digital Production at UC Riverside, empowering a new generation of storytellers. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Cece. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, everybody watching. Shannon. Gary is actually in the
I know I'm trying to just give protocol, but part of me just wants to like, what's up, Gary? You want to join in on this conversation?
I was just going to say we should bring Gary and I start.
And let me tell you why, right?
There
To
we
me,
go.
a big thing in both of your guys' work is honest Native storytelling as well as proper representation. So that these are huge deals to me. And I read it as a child, so I'm trying to focus on things like Spirit Rangers instead of just, I couldn't even make it through the second episode. I have to watch Welcome to Derry in the daytime.
100%.
Because I'm too sensitive. But
Yeah.
Gary Farmer,
Yes.
hello again. Have you worked with Kimberly?
Oh, yeah.
So is she a diva? Tell me all of the dirt.
No, she's not a diva. She's very logical and a wonderful actor. And I always loved working with her. And we haven't worked together that much, I don't think, when I think of it. Maybe I was the love interest in that episode, that comedy episode, maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that was a Gunther guy. Yeah.
We played husband and wife in the English.
That's right.
That's
right. Yes.
Which is a
I
wonderful
remember
show.
that. I was like, I know them. It was so cool. It was unexpected. And it was great. Both of your performances were in that particular moment eerie, and there was just something just a little off about the characters that you were playing that really hooked me in, man. I was like, ooh, what are these people up to? But it was great.
Yes, thank you.
But Kimberly, have you been going in it as long as Gary has? He goes back to the 90s. When
Yes,
did you
Gary-
step on scene?
Gary and I first met in 1991. I'll never forget it. We were it was the original Southwest Museum, Indian Museum. And I think it was the whole 1992, 500 years of colonization, kind of thing. It was a lot of moments for us when they were celebrating the 500-year discovery. We were having a lot of, vocal conversations about that as a community. And so we had gotten together. That's the first time I met him. But Gary's right. We've known each other for years, but not worked together that much. So it was a real gift to get to work together. Not even that long ago, I think 4 years ago in Spain, playing the Clarks. And I'm a historian. Gary knows so much history. And so it was really powerful to bring a couple like that have been displaced, and the kind of insanity that causes to be away from your people and away from your culture and away from your songs and your prayers. And you really see what happens, to an Indigenous couple that are separated. That sacred hoop has been broken. So it was really powerful to play those roles.
So I'm curious, since the 90s, we're at, oh my gosh, I'm feeling so old, like 30 years ago. What has changed and kind of what still needs to change?
Good question. Gary, you want to take that one?
I'm trying to be quiet because it's your turn, but no, everything's changed. I mean, it's getting better, though. I feel I'm been writing music about it, and I just trying to write songs that encourage people to hang on, because this is the last bastion of power grab. I think I feel like there's going to be a consciousness change coming soon, so I think something's going to happen that's going to force that hand. But I'm just a dreamer.
But Kimberly, you are institutionalized. You were up in Hollywood as a business.
Mm-hmm.
And they still want to change us or stereotype us, especially with women, the stoic, native, calm woman that's just going to cook and be quiet or whatever. That is so the opposite. Like every Native woman I know
Every
is
Native woman you ever
bossy
met.
and loud. They're sarcastic. They, they're part bully. So how do you keep who we are honest, but still kind of feed media what it wants? Does that make sense?
It's a great question. So it's about being in but not of, right? You're in the industry but not of it, not made of the same stuff. And so it's been really important for me. There's been very few tables that I've had to walk away from where people aren't willing to have a conversation. And I think once they realize, I love that Gary called me logical, because I feel like I am very logical and reasonable. And
One of us has to be. It ain't me, babe.
But I mean, it's interesting because it's what I'm called to be, right? I'm called to be that kind of the bridge. I can have my moments when I go off. Like I won't bring it up because it's way too confidential. But I had a fit a couple of days ago and wanted to take on the whole establishment and burn it down. And then I can kind of calm myself and I do pray. And so I go to the Creator and like think about what the ancestors would do and take a moment. And so, it's led to this very long career of maybe, being a person that folks in the industry that do not give a rat's ASS about authenticity.
That a girl.
Or, that stuff. But I can still have a conversation with them about what makes for good story, what makes for good business. What do you think audiences want to look for? And, there's an incoming group of millennials, that are starting to run things. And I really think that they have been a real asset to us as Indigenous people, because their bullshit-ometer is on point. Like they want authenticity, they demand authenticity. Mm-hmm. And so it's been interesting to be in these rooms of power and watch folks that are maybe of the older generation that just want to fit everybody within these kind of, containers that they can then sell, commodify, versus people that are really very hungry for authentic story.
There's a great episode, Rutherford Falls, that kind of tackles this, right? Like that behind the scenes, when they go to Hollywood and they're consulting on the background of all of this stuff. And it's just so out to like, these people were so out to lunch, and then they kind of use that in throughout the episode, they use that to their advantage or whatever. But it kind of tackles this question of how do you, remain true to yourself, your values, your integrity, while trying to tell these stories, and like how much change can you affect in the background. I loved that episode. It was like a peek behind the curtain,
Yeah, I'd like to go back and watch that actually. And it's interesting. The way that you get through is exactly what Gary just said about his songs. And this is true for anybody watching, whether you're an ally, whether you're, an Indigenous person. It's been in the middle of the fight, but it's that sense of holding on. Just keep holding on and keep that fire of faith and hope alive. And the best way to do that is to circle up, is to be in community. And to be doing things like this, like having a talking circle. And, I was watching YouTube before I came on to StreamYard and just seeing like all the people watching around the country, or if not around the world, and looking at all those beautiful faces of the board of directors and hearing their stories and hearing Carly's story and Carly's connection and her ancestors. And so I think there's a power in the circle. And we all know that as Indigenous people. And so as long as we keep that circle tight and as loving and forgiving as we can, we got to give each other a lot of grace, especially for us storytellers. Like there's a lot of ego, right? I mean, there's got to be a little skosh of ego in there for us to do the bombastic things we think, to do, like to, stand in front of a Broadway crowd, or, stand in front of the camera and take on these characters. Gary is naked in almost every show that he does. So, I mean,
not my choice, but
I know it's just a thing. It's there's an inner circle thing. Like we all have to have Gary at some point needs to declothe and be in Gary's birthday suit and a role properly be a Gary Farmer appearance in a. But I do think that togetherness in that community is our power.
But it validates each other and it normalizes who we are as a people, right?
Yeah.
So Gary talked about his songs holding on. Kimberly, you're in the biz. How do you guys deal with like 30 years of just disappointment, or that, like hanging on also is having a dream, going for it, but it doesn't just always work out like this. Like you really have to have a fire inside you to just keep being told, thank you, we'll call you, 700 times in a month.
That's exactly right. Yeah. Gary and I were just talking about that in our little chat as we were waiting, in the virtual green room of, he was kindly saying, it's good to see you working because it's very tumultuous out there. There's not a lot of work. I don't know. I don't have an audition lined up. I don't know, and I don't know what's on the horizon. Our entire industry is in turmoil right now.
In flux, yeah.
In flux. And so I think it's that sense of, again, going back to, what Carly was talking about, her ancestors in that snowstorm and wrapping up in the buffalo robe and laying under the snow. Like, our people know how to survive.
Just gonna wait it out. Yeah.
We just have to wait it out. And I think in the meantime, I'm a writer. Gary's a writer. We have friends that are writers. Gary and I both do theater. So nothing's keeping us from doing live theater, or like he's playing with his band. I'm a professor. I'm feeding storytellers, so it's like you constantly keep that fire alive, and you don't wait for Hollywood. You keep the fire tended. You keep the fire tended. And then when Hollywood, the door maybe opens back up, your fire is already strong and you're able to bring it in. And that's exactly what happened, when finally things did break open for us. Because when Gary was working quite a bit in the 80s as well, and also in theater in Canada. But he was already iconic when I met him, from Powell Highway, which was just monumental for me as a young Indigenous person. And then when I came on the scene in the early 90s, things were kind of happening. Like, I was working. It was like Seinfeld and Northern Exposure, and there were just a lot of cool things happening. And we thought that was our moment. And then it shut back down so tight that you didn't really see us in the 2000s or the early teens at all. It was worse than it had been. But then Standing Rock happened. And when Standing Rock happened, it's like almost like the industry just went, well, shoot, like there's millions of people from all over the world watching contemporary Native stories. Maybe there's this thing. And again, millennials are starting to come in. And so what happened, and this is to your point, Jennifer, was that Sterling and the 1491s and myself and Gary and Tazba Chavez, who was one of my former students. And we had all been writing. We had all these projects that were just sitting there and amazing. Sierra Tello Ornelas, who did Rutherford Falls. You've got all these amazing Indigenous storytellers that have these wonderful projects and have been pitching them. Everybody's like, no. And then all of a sudden, a little crack opens and we're through the door, right? And then it just so happened, it's like you got Taika and Sterling, who had been through the Sundance Institute together, right? And so they're right through the door with Reservation Dogs, which Gary was just, again, iconic in. And that we can't unsee Reservation Dogs. The world can't unsee, that world, and absolutely loved it. And now The Lowdown is doing really, really well, and getting to see a bit more of Sterling and what comes from him, from his Indigenous storytelling. And I don't know if people have seen The Lowdown, but please, especially people on this stream, because it's so like what the Indian Affairs is all about. Our association here is about our story and about how it intertwines with politics and how politics then affects our perception, and the perception then affects legislation. Right. So there's a whole political aspect of the first season of The Lowdown that is so profound.
And what's that on? Is that on the Netflix?
It is on FX on Hulu.
Okay, so I still have to say that Hulu.
Same family that did Reservation Dogs, and it's outstanding.
Well, Gary, I'm going to put you backstage for a minute, and I know we have you coming up. Say goodbye to your little friends. Okay, Gary, we'll see you in a minute. Kimberly, woman to woman, not trying to play the sexist card, but holy heck, the level of so I've been in radio for 15 years, produced a bunch of stuff at Standing Rock, did Standing Rock Radio when I was there, broadcast. I'm in the middle of producing a full-length documentary, but I feel so disrespected. I'm looking up colleges as of 2 days ago, like, I'm gonna go back for my master's. Like, this is it. It's not just that we're vulnerable and pitching and putting out and pitching and putting out and feeding our little stories and our fires. Even like you said, politically forms it. So they didn't trust a brown woman to be president, but they'd rather have this insane non-native in charge. So it chips, and it's just a little extra layer of blah, gray hairs, and just it hits different.
Yeah. It does feel like the pendulum has swung back so hard and so quickly from like 2017, 2018, 2019, when there was a lot of, even though that was right, the different administration was in, and it's really backlash from 8 years of Obama, we're being honest, and like kind of like what was opening up. And so that it swung so hard, so back to the far right. And I think we kind of transcend, I don't know, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think as Indigenous thinkers, we tend to transcend right or left. I think especially as women, we're thinking holistically,
Yes.
right? And like what's good for everyone. And doesn't everyone that has a different perspective have something to bring to the table that maybe we haven't thought of, right? It's like, when they were taking the idea of the Iroquois Confederacy to the Continental Congress, and they were having troubles, and then they brought the Iroquois leaders in, right? They brought the leaders in, but they brought them down to Philadelphia to like, what's happening? Something's not right. What's happening? And you know what the men said? The Native men said, where are the women? Well, you can't do this without the women, So I do think Gary is right, and I do think that if we can hold on, that we have to go through this stormy patch. I don't think it's going to swing back to where it was, but there'll be a center that it does swing back to, and I think there's just too much traction. Sierra Teller Ornelas, who's the showrunner for Rutherford Falls, has said something. I'm going to botch this quote, but it's something like the door we've carved open in this industry is too wide, and we're laying our bodies down and just going, Jennifer, go, Tasba, go, like go. Like I'm like putting my whole body in the doorway, at my age and how long I've been doing it. And there's nothing that can squeeze it completely shut. So I hope that gives you some hope too.
Yes. But I don't think colonization, the disrespect for women goes back 5,000-10,000 years on that side. I don't think anybody really understands what matriarchal led means. I don't think
what it looks
that
like.
even us Indigenous women truly understand what equal rights truly is.
Yeah. It probably wasn't until, I saw it in action, and particularly, I think even with somebody as tangible as Charlie Soap and Wilma Mankiller, and looking at their relationship and looking at how they worked, as strong matriarch and patriarch, within Cherokee culture, which is so ancient and matriarchal in its lineage. And Charlie was in no way affected by Wilma's strength and leadership. He was just as strong and powerful, and his voice carried so much weight. It was just this beautiful tandem, this balance.
Yes.
That the strengths and I wouldn't even say weaknesses, but just strengths supported each other, and so, yeah, it is, I really do hope, in sense, Gary's probably right, because we're also facing, and there's so much like crap going on right now that's so like red meat distraction, that it's really getting our eye off the ball of climate change, and like what's going on in Alaska, and all of our relatives, both human and animal and plant, and everything that's going on up there. So there's just a lot of global, like, bubbling catastrophe that's just like this. And I think deep down inside, humanity's going, there's got to be something more then like there's got to be a way to collectively answer, how these things that are facing us and who can we go to. And I love this. I want to close with this because I know you need to get to Gary, but I loved seeing those interns blew me away. I think it's interesting that they were all women, and young women, young, powerful women. And I've always loved the idea of allyship, and so I have this bizarre kind of feeling right now. And it goes back to that, and I'll close with this. It goes back to the volcano that I was 2 days ago, ready to go in and burn the place down. I had this really overwhelming feeling when I finally stopped and calmed down after a few hours and prayed, because it did take me for a few hours. I just wanted to angry text and call people up and stuff like that. And actually a friend of mine, I'm also a citizen of the Colville Confederated Tribes. And I called one of my sisters back there, and she's just like, Kimberly, calm down. You didn't make it this far by being angry and, burning stuff down. And it was interesting, when we were finally able to talk and I was able to calm down, I had this overwhelming feeling to pray for our allies. And it's not that I don't always pray for allies. I do. But it was this really, it was like, sister, in this, you have done all you can do. In other words, I've laid my body over in this squeezing door, like one of those movies where, I am, it's not going past me and a lot of other people who laid their bodies down. Now let's pray for the people on the other side that do get it, that have, they've got that kind of heart and that consciousness to stand up from the inside and go, this isn't right. All this does not feel right. And so that's that kind of makes me excited. And I know a lot of allies are watching right now. And so it's, it's going to take
it's not an us versus them for us to succeed. It's like an us versus we, we all benefit from.
All benefit. We're all the human beings. We're all that family, right? That's our nation. That's our nation as human beings. Now, of course, we have tribes and clans within that, but our nation are the two-leggeds, right? Yeah. And the human beings. So I think maybe that's what we're coming to. And I've always felt like that ever since I was a little girl, there was going to be a global turn toward an indigenous worldview that we have to take on if we're going to survive as a species.
Gary needs to get that positive album out tomorrow. Okay. Yeah. I need the cheerleading. I need the "You Got This, Girl." I need all that with a good bass line and some, distortion on the guitar.
I love it.
Kimberly, you're such an amazing storyteller.
Oh, we're not done with her. We're gonna radio her. She's gonna be a next month guest. It's a thing now.
We really appreciate. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about dairy. There's a lot of cool stuff to talk about. Welcome to dairy.
Yeah, we have. I just want to again thank you, Kimberly, for being on the Council of Advisors and coming on the show today and talking about allyship through your lens. It's really powerful. And I thank you for your time. But one more final push. We got a couple more minutes left on our voting. We got to get some more votes here. So if you're thinking about it, you haven't done it, you want to be the last one to vote for some reason, you think it's lucky, please go vote right now. Don't delay. We're going to close the voting in about 4 or 5 minutes here. And then the final results will be at the end of the show. And then there's still time to donate. Donate $25 or more, or become a member for $25 and you get a sticker pack. We got these 3 stickers, and then we got 2 mystery stickers. So be a fun little surprise before the holidays.
Kimberly, I want to put everybody on the spot real quick. Will you be our Red Hoop Talk guest in December? And that way I don't have to tell Cece what's happening.
That's
good.
Great. Yeah. And the finale
because it's storytelling season. When it's cold and dark, that's kind of where this stuff is done. And you as a storyteller, it would be cool.
And our finale,
there you go, Cece.
I think our finale is December 14th, so it might be fun after.
Okay. Yeah. Well, again, thanks, Kimberly, so much. We're going to be moving on. And I want to talk about some different ways that everyone can show up and be allies. If you're looking to be a stronger ally for Native peoples, there's a couple different ways that you can start, and none of them require a special background or a big platform. First, Easy peasy. Learn whose land you're on, not in a performative way, but in a way that actually leads you to understand histories, treaties, and ongoing issues that that nation is facing. Allyship starts with knowing the story of the place that you live. Second, follow Native-led organizations like the Association across all of our social media platforms. Follow artists like Kimberly out there on Instagram. Journalists, advocates, and believe them. When Native people tell you what the issues are or what support looks like, take their lead instead of translating that into what feels comfortable for you. Yeah. You might have to sit with some discomfort for a while. Third, use your voice, not just your vibes. If you see harmful stereotypes, disrespectful behavior, or appropriation happening in your environment, speak up. Everyone interrupting that pattern makes a difference. And fourth, support Native sovereignty with your actions. That means backing policies that strengthen Native nations, respecting Native authority, and showing up when Native issues are on the ballot or in the news. And finally, remember that Native people don't exist for 1 month out of the year. It's Native Heritage Month. Let's just get that out of the way. But we're here all year, man. You know, if you want to be an ally, build a year-round practice, not a holiday hobby or something you just pick up in November. Listen, learn, support, stay engaged long after this event is over. Please, please. Real allyship isn't about being perfect. It's about being accountable and consistent and willing to change when you know better. So I just wanted to, give people out there some easy ideas of how they can show up and be allies to Native people. But we've got one more video and then a couple more guests. So I'm excited. I'm happy to introduce Sean, who's another member of our Council of Advisors. He is Blackfeet and was in the original Broadway company of In the Heights and closed the show in the role of Sonny. He played Frankie Valli in the second national tour of Jersey Boys. Sean is an original cast member of the Obie-winning show Between Two Knees. Hilarious. Written by the 1491's creators of Reservation Dogs and Rutherford Falls. Directed by Eric Ting. The original choreography by Sean. His original Indigenous musical, Distant Thunder, co-written with his mother, legendary Lynn Taylor Corbett, and writing partner Chris Wiseman, received its off-Broadway production last October. The show is based on Sean's deep connection to his Blackfeet community in Browning, Montana. You can hear Sean's voice in the role of Coyote on the new Netflix animated series Spirit Rangers and over 100 audiobooks. Watch him in the original series, The Artist, starring Mandy Patinkin on the network. All right, we'll turn it over and check out Sean.
Okay, Nixukoax, Nistu Anikok, Ikpioxistakum. Hello, my relatives. My name is Distant Thunder in the Blackfeet language. Sean Taylor Corbett, my Western name. I am from the Blackfeet community in Browning, Montana, and I'm so excited to speak today at this incredible event. Thank you so much, AAIA, for everything that you do. I'm grateful to tell my story. When I was 15, my mother reconnected me to the Blackfeet Nation, not having grown up with my culture. I'm mixed race, but I highly identified with that side of my background, and it gave me a sense of identity and purpose when I was with the Blackfeet. At 15, I was taught the importance of preserving language and culture because our languages were at risk of going extinct, especially the Blackfeet language. My mentor, Daryl Robes Kipp, who co-founded the Pagan Institute and the Cutswood Language Immersion School, really inspired me to use my gifts and talents to preserve our language. So with my mom, we co-wrote an incredible musical called Distant Thunder, which premiered off-Broadway last year. We're going to take the show to Arizona, we're going to take the show to hopefully Canada, and we're going to take the show to Browning, Montana very soon. We're actually also going to the Seminole tribe next year. But the show centers around language preservation. It centers around the importance of a community coming together and healing. It's a show about reconciling relationships that were broken within our communities, but most importantly, why we need to preserve our living languages and how we can do that through the arts. I also wanted to create a project that really showed young people that they could create their own stories. When I was growing up, I was always trying to fit myself into musical shows that didn't reflect who I was. I was trying to find myself where maybe there wasn't a space in that show. And I did it, you know, but once we started seeing the arts reflect who we are as people, it gave me this inspiration to have a big Broadway style musical, a native pop musical that's really grand in scope and that has a combination of powwow music and pop music infused together in a way that's never been done before, and having a contemporary story showing Native people as we are today. I got so excited because it would give so many opportunities for other Native artists to be in a big Broadway musical, to have a Native musical in the Broadway canon, and going out to different theaters, different schools, all around the country and sharing this story to give a sense of pride in who we are, a sense of the possibilities for young artists to see this and know that they can write their own stories in this way too, as a musical, as a play, as a movie, as a TV show. I come from a theater background and it's done wonders for me, and I wanted that to be present for other Native kids. So shortly, I'm going to take our musical, and as we tour and go to these different communities, we also do workshops. We talk about the drum. Right here, I was gifted this drum by my beautiful Distant Thunder cast, Brent Florindo, Hava Florindo, and some of their students at their camp, Conaway Nakatilicum. And I think what the show is doing is it's just connecting us with so many communities around the world. We went to Oklahoma City and had a performance, had a production at the First Americans Museum, thanks to Lyric Theater of Oklahoma. And it just brought together so many different tribes from the area, and we had so many conversations about what each tribe is going through in their area, and how we're similar, and what are some of the differences. How do we bond together through the arts? And I've had just the most incredible journey on the way to bringing this to Broadway. The journey has been just as beautiful for me, and my life is reflected in the show. The show, in a way, is manifesting in my life. In the show, there's a naming ceremony, which is very important in the Blackfeet culture, as well as other Native communities, obviously. But this young man gets a name. He was leaving home, and he realized that he wanted to stay, and he wanted to take on more of a responsibility in the ceremonial world and be a bundle holder one day. And he gets a name that's the title of our show, Distant Thunder. And that was passed on many, many generations. Well, in my life, about 6 years ago, when I was at ceremony, the Okan ceremony in Browning, Montana, which is the oldest Blackfeet ceremony there is, I was given my name, and my name is Ikpioksistekum, which means distant thunder in the Blackfeet language. And I found so many things that are just healing my life from doing this show. And there's a beautiful song in the show called Hold On that I want to play for you now. And it's just about holding on to the memories of what makes us who we are, of what makes our homes special in our different Native communities. And it's done in a way where it shows you the contemporary style, but it talks about the beauty of remembering, like being back during North American Indian Days, the big powwow in Browning, Montana, or whatever big powwow you go to, and just hearing those drums and seeing the lodges set up, and how that grounds us to remembering why we're doing the work we're doing, and the communities and the people we love who are back home. So I live in New York a lot of the time, but doing the show keeps me connected. It keeps me going back home. It keeps me grounded when I'm at ceremony. And as I learn more about the ceremonial world and about my community that gets reflected in the show, which then those messages get passed on to a larger audience, which hopefully inspires joy and hope in our communities to create other shows and to keep going. And I'm grateful that I get to walk this journey. I'm grateful for AAIA. I'm grateful for Shannon and for everyone on the board of directors and this wonderful inaugural meeting. Thank you so much for having me speak, and please enjoy Hold On from Distant Thunder. Ich bioxistakum.
When we ran through the camps, a smile on your face, you knew where to go all the time. From the shade in the stands to Medicine River, you knew. Down the road, past the gym, up the hill to the school, you never let up till the end of the day. Like the moon chasing sun, I tried to catch up, but I fell. I'd put my hands on my hips and yell, hold on, 'cause I'm running out of breath. Hold on, 'cause I need to take a rest. So long, you'll soon be way out of my sight. I held on to the memory that night. Then we ran past the stalls with the food and the games. I'd always get lost in the crowd. When I found you again, you'd say, try to catch me if you can. You held fried bread in both your hands. Hold on, can you eat all of that? Hold on, you're making me so upset. So long, I'll leave 'cause I don't wanna fight. I held on to the memory that night.
It's like we had wings and we could fly away. I wonder who I would be if I had stayed. Since I've been gone, so much has changed, and I'm sure there's still so much change I have left to endure. If I can hold on, I know hope will find me tonight. During Indian days, the voices would sing. I still hear the beat of the drum. We were lost in the dance, and I felt the love of this land. And I know that you understand. Hold on to memories forgotten about. Hold on to time that is running out. Go on, and please try to do what is right. I know I must do what is right. I'll hold on to the memories tonight. Let's hold on to the memories tonight. We'll hold on to the memories tonight.
Wow, that was, they have such beautiful voices, and together it's magical. I was not expecting that. I got choked up about halfway through that. And I love music, man. And that was just beautiful. So thank you to Sean. If you're out there watching, thank you so much for sending that in. And thank you so much for being on our Council of Advisors. We love to put information out about your shows and your current work and stuff like that on our social media. So follow us on social media and keep up to date on what Sean's got going on. He's doing some great things out there. So guess what? We are almost done with this show. I can't believe it. I feel like I could stay on for 8 more hours. I just feel so like energized by, all the guests and stuff like that. So I feel really good. So thank you for everybody who's stuck with us for the whole show. And then the people that have come and gone, we really appreciate you too. So we've already seen this guest once, but I'm going to do a proper introduction. Yep. Yeah, a little drum roll. So we'll do a proper introduction for our friend Gary Farmer. Gary is Cayuga Mohawk Tuscarora and is a celebrated actor, musician, and trailblazer in Native media. Born on 6 Nations along the Grand River in Ossiquin, Ontario.
Ushwegan.
Yep. Thank you.
Ushwegan.
He's a widely recognized as a pioneer in the development of Indigenous media in Canada. Gary was the founding director of an urban Indian radio network, Aboriginal Voices Radio Network. He also published Aboriginal Voices magazine from 1993 to 2003, nominated for 3 Independent Spirit Awards for Best Supporting Male in Films, Powwow Highway, Dead Man, and Smoke Signals. Recent credits include Resident Alien, which I love that show. It's so good. Reservation Dogs, The English, The Curse, Quantum Cowboys, Blood Quantum, An Ode for Leviticus, and Hey, Victor. So welcome to the show, Gary.
Why do they say Jack of all trades? It really looks like based on this bio, it should just be, I'm a Gary of all trades. I leave Jack out of this. Gary Farmer, I've been thinking about you since those moments we let you go. This is a program about inspiration and how do you things are just suck sometimes, Gary. So how do you go from that funky place of reality and turn that into something uplifting and inspiring through your music? I'm a big metalhead. I just listen to people complain and turn the volume up louder than I can think.
I don't know. I just keep a positive view as the best I can and think ahead, think of the future, think of my nephews and nieces and grandnephews and nieces. And, just look forward to spending time on Earth here while I can to make an impact.
Well, you are making that impact. And, with Kimberly talking about bodies keeping the elevator door open, you are definitely one of those bodies that has made way for a lot of these great, honest storytelling things that we have going on. But music is Indigenous storytelling. That's how we started. We didn't have books and video cameras and scripts, right? Like our stories were songs too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's amazing some of the stories that are coming to me now. I went through a tough year last year, with an illness, and it really helped me focus on the future for myself and for my family. And it gave me a whole burst of inspiration in terms of my own creativity, being able to survive a few more years on the planet. And so it's really made a change in my life. You either deal with sickness in a positive way or you let it take you over. And I kind of learned that, it's something, it's really up to you if you want to carry on or if you have a reason to carry on. Some of us, are ready to go. We've done what we could. And for whatever reason, I mean, like my dear brother, Graham Greene, he did what he could with the time he had left on Earth. And to see his final performance in that show, and I can see someone asked about the name of it. It's called The Lowdown, and it does feature Graham in some of his last television works, so the last 6 and 7 episodes. And of course, the 8th episode really deals with his impact on that show. But it's really I just want to back that up on Kimberly's comment of it's the best current, indigenous kind of produced, written and story told by by our people, and it's just nice to have some window on the great 500 channel universe.
It is overwhelming out there, even in the podcast world. You used to have your few networks that said this is what you're watching, or a few radio stations that said this is who you're listening to. And I think we talked about this before. All the music submissions, I will never be able to get through all of the music or all of the TV shows in my lifetime, no matter how hard I try to binge.
Right. I was just going through my collection. I have about 500 pieces of produced music by indigenous artists from back as far as the 60s. So I'm just curious what I can do with that. I mean, I can take the time and create a radio program for the local audiences, but it's certainly something I want to do, because a lot of those artists I had spent time with and played with, and so that it's an honor to kind of even have a collection like that, both on vinyl and CD disc and somehow on cassette tapes even.
Yeah, I have 800 because, taken from the studio. When we shifted buildings, we had this really terrible music director at the time who tried to throw away all of the native music because she didn't feel it necessary. So I have like 800 CDs that I'm like, why do you still have those? Says Mother. Because I need them and I love them. Plus, I need to touch something. You can't touch an MP3. You can't touch the thing.
No, and it's very challenging about the distribution of our music now. I'm trying to get off of Spotify with the current, the profits that they're doing and the investments that they're making. A lot of us artists are backing away from people that don't seem to have a conscience about the current situations in the world. So it's hard to be an artist and conscious at the same time and survive. It's the most challenging thing.
But when you got that fire in you, you're willing to sleep on that couch or go through the famine, or, there's just something about people that are born to create cannot stop creating. And you're one of them. So is Pura Fé that's up next. There's just this something in the DNA that says, keep making.
Yeah, I think I took the attitude out, especially as a theater actor, in my young part of my career. You used to get totally depressed after a run of 5 or 6 or 8 weeks, including a rehearsal, and you'd be totally unemployed, and you go through this little mini depression at post show because you just had no idea where your next payroll is going to come from. But surviving 50 years as an independent artist without support. I've been gainfully self-employed for 50 years. I'm really proud of that, and especially after I realized that it's 50 years. Oh my God! Yeah, but it's been a good life that way, and I don't even worry about it. I just trust in the that somehow I will survive, and the less I worry about it, having to survive, the more successful I seem to be. So I've learned just to trust on the power, that they'll keep me alive.
Yeah, I call it just you go limp. You just go limp and let the universe do what it's gonna.
You're right. That's all we can do is give way. And that's classically a clown concept where you just give way to what's to come to you, and that's an early teaching in the art of clown.
Well, I'm just so glad I get to see you again and spend time with you again and watch you, even with Kimberly, was what an honor, though, in your kindredship and your support of each other. It's not only one of us can win attitude, and you tickle me, and I'm so glad you kept your shirt on for this.
Oh yeah. No, I always stay properly dressed.
Do you charge extra? No, and I joke because your iconic Uncle Brownie character, it bugs me because I'm now, ever since that first episode you popped up on scene, I am now Auntie Brownie. That's what all the nephews and cousins call me. And it
Nice.
makes me crazy, but I see the honor in it, but I'm not that old yet, guys. Give me a minute.
I
Give me
think
a
once
minute.
I appeared, I guess the first time I appeared on film, kind of butt naked in Pawa Highway, then producers, creators realize, oh, this guy doesn't seem to have a problem with taking his clothes off. So then you become kind of noted for he's okay with that. So any storyteller will, and I don't mind if they want to exploit it. I just never had a problem with it. Even though when I started in the theater, I was extremely self-conscious because I was always kind of big, and so not very body proud. But as the years went on, I just it's all for the art, and we're born nude and die nude, So to me, it makes sense, and I'll never forget. I did this. I went to a theater show in, I think it was in Hong Kong. They were having a theater festival, and there's this Australian company did the whole show kind of mud naked. They had mud on them, and then they did this little thing afterwards, and they asked someone to come and take their clothes off in the middle of the middle of the crowd during the theater, and they offered. I think at first they didn't offer any money. And then they offered like 15,000 yen, and my hand instantly went up, thinking, wow, 15,000, but it was like 20. I think it was the price of admission,
I love it. Well, Gary, when is this album coming out? When can we expect your new music of hope and inspiration and keeping us going?
It's really hard to say, but I'd say certainly in 26 for sure.
Okay.
I've got a couple of songs now and down and recorded, and I'm still tweaking those, having so much fun. I'm really discovering a lot of new things with music, and a couple of years ago, I never expected that my music would be considered Americana. I grew up as a blues artist, really playing the harmonica, but I could, I was really attached to all kinds of music, like bluegrass, and jazz has been my way of life for years. But anyway, it's exciting to create new music for me, and it's this nice experience, and it surprises me some things that come out, when you start writing or just improvising. It's amazing what comes to you. And I'm so happy to be in that place to still be able to produce my own music,
I'm going to be bugging you starting January 1st to get you on radio, to get some of those songs sent over. I'm going to be the most gentlest stalker you've ever had.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well,
Steve, we really appreciate your new earrings.
Oh, thank you.
It's a wardrobe
I had a
change.
feeling the other ones I was wearing weren't big enough to get attention, so I thought for the finale, I got to really bring it. Thank you for noticing, Gary. I appreciate that. So I want to thank you, Gary. And talking about music, we have another guest, and I would love to have you introduce our another guest and our next guest and talk about music some more.
Well, she's been a friend and collaborator for at least 40 years, in my view. She comes from the Tuscarora Nation down in North Carolina, very much an indigenous activist, singer-songwriter, and storyteller known for her distinct, soulful vocals, and the founding world-renowned Native women's a cappella singing group Eula Ali. And I used a lot of their music in some of the films I did as a director. She's been a part of the Silk Road Ensemble under the direction of Rihanna Giddens, another phenomenal musician who you should check out. Started by Yo-Yo Ma, and recently touring with the performances American Railroad and Uplifted Voices. She was recently honored with the Dora Maver Moore Award for Outstanding Music Composition, which is a Toronto-based theater award, for sound design for Migas, Underwater Panther. While touring Europe with Music Maker Blues Review under Dixie Frog and Nuevo Onda French labels, she won the Grand Prix du Disque from the L'Académie Charles Cros It's a French Grammy, and for Best World Album in 2008, and for Tuscarora Nation Blues, and a Native American Music Award, an Emmy for the Best Female Artist for Follow Your Heart's Desire, one of my favorites in the same year, which I used in another documentary film. Today, she lives in Canada, is working on a film, Reclaim My Skin, with Screen Siren Film Productions, who I just finished working with, and Resolution Pictures, who I did a series with many years ago. Her latest album, Ancestral Waterways, will be released in 2025. Pure Faye.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
So being surrounded by these musicians and this inspiration, we all saw you on Rumble personify the indigenous sound in that foundation of modern music. So I think a lot of us had our mind blown, really realizing how integral we are to this American sound.
That's true. We are.
But storytelling and singing, it's not just, it is so ingrained in culture. It's not
Yeah.
a hobby or a thing that you sometimes do. Like, we're born into the singing and we die hearing it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. Yeah. That was I really liked being a part of that project. There was a lot more that didn't make it in. There was just too much. But yeah, I think my favorite part of that film was what's her name? The woman singer from Colville. All of a sudden her name just skipped my mind.
Was it a Billy?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Gary's
I
the
know.
one that turned
It's
me
like
on to her.
we're
Anyway,
both staring at each other trying to get the other one to remember it.
her part was the jazz singer. And that story really blew my mind of her. And I really enjoyed the way they showed her influence on jazz and just coming from traditional tunes and that swooping and everything. That was really, that was profound, I thought. So, yeah.
But it became undeniable how important we are to what people enjoy. Like, it just validated, because so many times, history is written by the victor,
Right.
and we get left on the cutting room floor. But I always picture you sitting by the record, listening and nailing it in that moment. You heard your
Yeah.
ancestral songs,
Yeah.
and you also were it was just like flawless how you were able to bring that to modern, and that balance that you do with music now of modern, but it feels so ancient in a way. Like, you can't help but feel grounded when you hear you sing.
Well, thank you. That's nice. I wish I felt grounded, but I'm glad you do.
Well, something's coming through on the
Yeah. I that part of the film, they didn't tell me what they were going to do. They just told me, "Can you just put this on?" And I did, and it was Charlie Patton. I was just like, "Well, he's one of my favorites." So yeah, that was a very spontaneous thing that happened. So that wasn't planned. It was, well, they planned it. I just knew nothing about it. So that was and for years I've been trying to tell people, listen to this, listen to that, listen to this. And really, I think the first person that brought that to my attention was Jim Pepper. And my girlfriend Cindy Taylor took me to his concert in New York City. And and he spoke on stage and he talked about stomp dance and just the music and the influences and so forth. So that was the beginning for me. And I ran home and asked my grandmother a million questions about what did the music sound like when you were a little girl, how was people singing. And so that's always been a part of my my whole my entrance into my own music, and just identifying certain sounds and the history of just my family, where they come from. And so, yeah.
Well, we have a clip, Rise Up Tuscarora Nation. So
Yeah.
let's play that real quick, just so people that I can't imagine anybody that doesn't know your name, but in case any of our new listeners aren't aware, let's listen to that. Ready when you are, Miss Shannon.
Many Tuscarora people living in the southeast, out by the exploitation of salt-bound disease. Those who escaped removal and slavery survived the years by sacrificing tribal identity. Those who escaped removal and slavery survived the years by sacrificing tribal identity. Pushed to the borders of counties and state lines, back hills of swamplands, every mile the stole hidden pines. Free people of color wore issue 3 papers, no Indian made, no Indian led fingers. I pray stand up, rise up, Tuscarora nation. I'm gonna stand up and rise up, Tuscarora people. Have authorities holding their missionaries tight control. Send Christ their only Savior to wash away the native soul. Erase their native language, birthright, and who they are, yes. So generations later laugh at the truth but don't recognize the scar. Well, shame, denied, disbelief, lost stories, unknown memories, subject of the ridicule, across the red nigga every blues. Not everyone forgets, old spirits come back good and bad, and the world thank for them. Yeah, they fight again, down again, trying to get back what's been lost or taken. Beckons the genocidal sweep to rise up and awaken. I pray you stand up and rise up the Tuscarora nation. I'm gonna stand up and rise up the Tuscarora people. Well, it's true through the years, runaways can find a home. Accepting other lineage, the race became quite a whole. Still other people indigenous to the land, well, they fight for recognition, pray Indian country understands. Don't need federal designation, no handouts from them. Crown of desperation made dependence of this greedy plan. That's the genealogy, the BIA, the quantum man, yes. Slice and dice, cover the day, cut half the people and divide the land up. Shell out for his disease and slowly kill you once again. You survive so long trying to be free. Fight the power with the sovereignty. I pray you stand up there. Rise up and toss the road nation. I'm gonna stand up there. Rise up, toss the road people. It's 150 years ago was the last you saw the hidden escape. Indian warpaths and treasure scores to the north, the underground railroad. Over New York and Canada's borders, a few got up to their northern kin. Tens of thousands stayed hidden safe and sound, while north they couldn't hear us scream and shout. Over your homelands and money, southern pike, they cut the north cash in. There ain't nothing you can say or do about it, cause history says you don't exist. 50, 60,000 more sounds to wait, paper, genocide, recreate tribal names as the state digs up your ancestors. They'll deny your tribal claim, but blood you are the ancestors, bones and ash you are the land you saved. Well, to honor the future generations, you must honor the stones and graves. But I pray stand up. You rise up, touch the nation. I'm gonna stand up there. I'm gonna rise up, touch the road, people.
What a powerhouse. One instrument, one woman, and a whole lot of truth. So I think we have one more clip from her album Sacred Seed, which is always in rotation there on Resilience Radio KVMR. So maybe let us go to that and let that set the scene. This is so much fun.
Sacred seed, DNA, memory of all time. Mother's twin sons, recorded code, creates all the circles of life. Falling seed, plant and conceive, the up and down world collide. Over and over come the sacred birth, the blood of sacrifice. Spinning orbit, escalier, magnetic field in flight. Expands Turtle Island, Pangea, stands Skywalker Tree, North Light, Pole Star, Sun and Moon coincide, control ocean tides together. Thunder, rain, fire and hurricane, cold winds and begin forever. Within each seed is a universe, within a universe. You and me and everything that breathes is connected to the sacred seal. Oh, sacred seed DNA, the memory of all time. Mother's twin sons, recorded code. creates all the circles of sacred seed, DNA, memory of all time. Mother's twin sons, recorded code, creates all the circles of life. Falling seed, prayer, and conceive, the up and down world collide. Over and overcome a sacred birth, the blood of sacrifice. A spinning orbit, Kanye, magnetic field light. Expands Turtle Island, Pangea, stands Skywarmer Tree, God fly from star, sun, moon, cold and side. Control ocean tides together. Thunder, rain, fire and hurricane. Four winds and begin forever. Any seed is a universe. And a universe.
Wow, I didn't mean to touch a button, Shannon. So we did it. We did it. We did 4
That
hours.
was
Like we as a collective, we, not we as in me just showing up looking cute and following a schedule, but we as in the association, we as in the interns, we as in the guests, and we lost Purifay due to technical issues, but I'm glad we had a second with her, and we, of course, we will do more with her in the future for sure. And here's a little secret, Cece, something I'm working on. So we
Ooh.
talked about Rumble that Purifay was in,
Mm-hmm.
and talking about the indigenous contribution to modern music. But Gary Farmer and I, and this is top secret, you guys, don't go telling everybody. Okay. But me and Gary,
Wait, full disclosure, this is on YouTube, LinkedIn, and Facebook.
okay, well, just don't tell Twitter then.
Okay.
But we want to do a continuance of that same thing, but through indigenous modern musicians. Instead of just showing this is the indigenous contribution, here's a bunch of famous non-natives,
Yeah.
but showcase the Gary Farmer and how culture is reflected in that music today. And then Mike Hammer and the Nails, a local Muskogee bluesman, right? Like there's just, music is everybody. You know what I mean? It's so easy to get a point across, a vibe across, a feeling across, make you cry, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So easy with songs. But in other forms of storytelling, you have language barriers and all these other weird things. But music is just something we get so effortlessly.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a connection to it that you don't have to think about. You just feel it, So yeah, we're winding down here. I can't believe it. Like I said earlier, I feel like I could keep going. Shannon,
Like you look
amazing.
better. You look better, Cece, than you did when we started. So
Oh,
I don't
well,
know
thank
how
you.
that happened. But,
Now you're just being nice. Thank you, Shannon. You really kept things moving. I can't even imagine. Thank you so much. And one story that I regret that we didn't get to tell that I would love if you could just talk briefly about it, Shannon, is the association as the grandmother organization and how much that means to you. And like I think about that every single day about the association being the grandmother organization.
Yeah, thanks, Cece.
First off, I've got to tell you all, I've been back here in the back pushing buttons and moving things around and trying to take care of technical issues. And I will tell you, I've been trying to do it and dissociate from the emotions that I'm feeling and the inspiration. And this is how we all keep doing what we're doing together, is we have to remember our stories and our inspirational voices. And one of the things that I always talk about the association, especially with staff and new staff coming in, is that we treat the association not like a nonprofit, not like a 501c3 federal charitable organization. We don't see the association as some kind of abstract entity, but the association is our grandmother. She's who we take care of, we nurture, we tell her stories, we give her oxygen, we give her food, we give her our love, and she gives it back to us by building this wonderful community that we've seen today. That we've seen today through the chats and the comments coming through, that we've seen from the wonderful people who've given us their time and care and these wonderful stories.
Yeah.
Including all of our amazing board members. Not all of them could appear today, and I'm sorry that we didn't get to see everyone's faces. But I am here to tell you that we did vote in our
Yay.
3 new board members, Licia, Jamie, and Makalika, and renewed the terms for Brad and John, our oldest serving. Well, they're not, I don't want to say their age, the longest serving
There you go.
board members in the organization. They're renewed for another 4 years. So we're really building some strength and community here at the association over the last decade. And it's all because of you. It's because of Cece, Jennifer, and all the public out there. Thank you for making this so special for us.
Thank you. Final fundraising push. I'm going to do it. Donate $25 or become a member for $25. Please, please, please. That really helps us protect Native cultural sovereignty this year and into 2026. We really need your support. We appreciate everybody who stuck with us and watched from the beginning to the end, popped in to say hi. We saw all the comments. We love the interaction in the comments has been so positive and uplifting as well. So we really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. And your support isn't just isolating a few natives in a void, right? When we do well and when we get clear and our relationships are there, maybe that's how we fix this global warming mess, right? We bring indigenous knowledge to the front in an articulate, clear, scientific way, right? The repatriation, all these things in the work and the research, and it's high functioning stuff that y'all do to communicate with the other side on it, right? It's heavy hitters all the way. And Shannon, I don't know how, maybe we do a fundraiser just to clone you so we can hear from you for another 103 years.
Yeah.
I like that, actually. I can take some time off.
Yeah.
We'll wake you up a few times a year and hand you a script.
That's so funny, you guys.
That'll work. Well, let's go ahead and give you all a break. I'm sure you need a bathroom break and a dinner break and all the breaks. I love you both so much, and thank you to everyone out there. I'm actually going to close out with a song. Not me. I'm not going to sing.
Oh, I was ready.
No, that's not going to happen. With my favorite musician and artist, Putafay, who couldn't stay on with us, but it's a song that I listen to when I am unable to make it or feel like I can't make it. I'll listen to the song. So let's close out with that, and we'll see y'all in the hoop soon.
Next week.
Red Hoop Talk.
Thank you.
All right, GP's La Chique. This was so much fun.
Oh no. Let me do that again. So of all the times I mess up at the very ending, right?
But look, you made it over the 4-hour mark. This is like we're all lucky to be functioning right now. Thank you, Shannon. You rock.
Here we go.
Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know. We walk in the light with our brothers and sisters. We stand and fight with a drum, a song, a prayer. This change of time. This is the true reckoning, the human awakening. Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know more. Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know more. Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know more. People come by the hundreds, sing and dance the streets of shopping malls, the corners, capitals, corporations of city halls. All over this Turtle Island, our presence will break the silence. Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know more. Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know Together, brothers and sisters, I don't know more.